Okay, so as I said, before we formally start, let's just give a little bit of some reminders to our participants here who might not be sort of used to using the Zoom platform, okay? So let me just give you a little bit of tips and tricks to make this webinar go smoothly. Okay, so the webinar program is designed as an interactive session between and among participants. So you have to stay alert and ready because our speaker might call on your name to answer some of the questions or to share your experience during the roundtable discussion. So this is the time of everyone to be, very active, to be confident in themselves, in expressing themselves, to sharing their experience. Second, the program flow serves as a guide only. So I know that your farmers organization shared the program, but we will allow for some flexibility depending on how the roundtable discussions are going. But we will make sure to end on time as much as possible. Third, if you have technical difficulties, please message me. My Zoom account is named AFA Maylene Makabuhay. So just search for my name and message me there. Next, so that we know the composition of our participants, please rename your account with the following format: country, then name. So how are you going to do that? So you just follow what's in the screen. So at the bottom of the screen, there is an icon that says participants. You click that. And then at the right portion of your screen, the list of participants would be shown. Go to your name, click more, click rename, and then type in Philippines, Maylene Makabuhay, or country, then your name. Okay, so please rename your Zoom accounts. Next is please mute your audio at all times unless you are called to speak. Okay, so it could be this. It is very distracting when there are background noise. So we are requesting everyone to please mute yourself. However, during the roundtable discussion, everyone has a chance to talk. So in order for you to be recognized, you just have to click the reactions button or icon at the bottom of your screen and then click raise hand. Okay? Next, so that we know that you are really listening and that you are really present in this webinar, we have to turn on our video at all times so that me and Dario and the rest of the team can see your lovely faces. Okay, so please turn on your video. So, okay. Next, the webinar has interpretation.
জি শুনতে পাচ্ছি আমি।
Please mute.
আমাকে শোনা যায়? হ্যাঁ শুনতে পাচ্ছি। জি আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
All right. So again, mute. For those that are not supposed to speak yet, please mute yourself. So I know that not everyone is proficient with English. So we have prepared interpretation channels for you. So for you to access the interpretation channel, again, you go to the bottom of the screen, you click the interpretation icon, which looks like a globe, a circle, and then just click on whatever language you need. However, please note, those that are need Gujarati or Hindi translation, it is marked as Spanish, while Myanmar or Burmese language is marked as Portuguese. So apologies for this if we cannot properly tag you. This is a limitation of the Zoom platform. So we are requesting our Indian or our Myanmar participants to take note that the Hindi language or Gujarati language is in the Spanish channel and the Burmese language is in the Portuguese channel. Next, you may put your comments, questions, and answers in the chat box. So to see the chat box, you have here, you click the chat icon, and then on the right hand of your screen, you type your comments and questions in the chat box. So please feel free to use the chat box anytime during the duration of our meeting. Okay, so that ends our quick tips or instructions regarding the use of the Zoom platform. And I'm happy that we have a lot of participants already that are using or turning their video on, and we could finally see your lovely faces. Okay, so without further ado, let's start the program. And what better way to start our program but to hear the opening remarks from AFA and its partner that made this activity possible. So first, let me call on the Secretary General of AFA, Ms. Maria Estrella Penuña, for the opening remarks. Before Ms. Esther speaks, let me just quickly give a short bio on Miss Esther. So Miss Esther, as I said, is the Secretary General of the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development. AFA promotes a 6-point agenda, which includes, among others, attracting youth to agriculture. So its programs include movement building, policy advocacy, capacity building, knowledge management, business development, servicing, and FO governance. I'm now giving the floor to Ms. Esther. Ms. Esther, take it away.
Thank you, Mylene. And I would like to say good afternoon to everyone who are here today from Asia. And good morning to our friends who are in Europe right now. I'm very pleased to see all of you today. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Regional Young Farmers Committee of AFA and the National Young Farmers Committee in the 10 countries that we have in AFA, because our work in attracting the youth to agriculture has been shortlisted by the International Land Coalition as one of the better practices in promoting people-centered land governance. So can you all, if you can do a reaction clap, if you could click the clap button in your reaction icon there, just so we can hear and see that we are really very happy of this kind of recognition in the work that we do for our young farmers. And this work that we do since 2014 has been supported by organizations who are here with us today, from the FAO and from the Forest and Farm Facility, IUCN, as well as ILC, or International Land Coalition itself. Okay. Second, I am very happy also to tell you that this is the first virtual series of capacity building that AFA is conducting. We have had several training capacity building in the past 2 days, three long days, but all are physical events. So this is the first that we will be holding a training at capacity building for a staggered training virtually. And I know that preparations have been done months in advance for this. And now we are seeing the fruits of that preparation. I I see your faces. It was very difficult to see faces of people in a virtual meeting. So you know now how to turn on your videos, young people, young farmers, as well as I was checking the interpretation button, and I hear all the interpretations working. So thank you very much for that, all our interpreter for the um our interpreters. And I know that this will be a hard job for you, but I hope that it will be something also rewarding for you, because here you will be transmitting, translating, interpreting, sharing the messages of our key speakers, presenters, as well as fellow young farmers in this series of webinar on capacity building training for enterprise development on youth. So third, I am also very happy to see the interest of AFA members. So we have members here from 10 countries. I am very happy to see your interest to learn more about enterprise development and how young farmers can have this mindset and the necessary knowledge and skills to really have viable and successful enterprises. You see, one of the things that many of the young people say about farming is that they do not like farming because farming does not earn. They see their parents who are farmers, and that they know the hardships of their parents. They know that sometimes they cannot even meet the basic needs of their children, like you sons and daughters. And so having the mindset and having skills to do enterprise development in agriculture speaks much about your interest in agriculture, and your commitment to also help in resolving agriculture problems, farming issues, especially with regards to income or economic matters. So I see this as a very good very good manifestation of the young people na in the countryside, especially young farmers who are willing to take a chance, no, in farming, in making farming work, in making farming earn, so that there will be farmers for today and for the future. So with that, again, I salute you all for having this commitment to go through this webinar on young farmers in enterprise development. And we hope that our webinar can be held in such a way that we can really get your interest all throughout the training. Thank you also for our key trainer from FAO, Dario, and also from our financial for the forest and farm facility through Pauline of IUCN, who is supporting this activity. Welcome again, and all the best to our workshop and training.
All right. Thank you very much, Miss Esther, for that opening remarks. And congratulations to everyone, because we are shortlisted as one of the good practices. Okay, so our next speaker is Pauline Boffel. I'm not sure if I pronounce her surname right, but Pauline is the program officer for the forest program of IUCN. She joined the organization in 2010, where she worked in different roles such as climate policy coordination and project management. Her expertise is in stakeholder engagement with farmers' unions and indigenous peoples' organizations around the world. She also engages with the private sector, especially agri companies, in developing restoration plans and business cases for restoration in supply chains. She completed her master's degree focused in social risks associated to the environment from the University of Lausanne. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I hope I did. And another one in international relations from the University of Geneva. Without further ado, I'm giving the floor to Pauline. Pauline, take it away.
Thank you, Mylene. Thank you very much. And you pronounced everything very well. And buffalo, actually, in French, my surname, my last name is a buffalo. So I have buffaloes somewhere, buffalo raising maybe.
Master.
So good morning for me, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this very, very exciting event on the introduction to agri-forest enterprise development for young farmers. As Mylene said, I am Pauline Buffel from the International Union of Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, and working for the Forest and Farm Facility, who really has the pleasure to support this work. Beyond financing, we just learned so much from you. And so I just want to thank you. It is a pleasure to work with all of you. I have been following the work throughout the last year of young women and young men farmers on letter contest. I saw the dances last year, all the innovation. And I am really looking forward to hear many more stories and progresses you made. To the young farmers on this call, Esther already said a lot of it, but I really wanted to tell you how impressed I am by your energy and innovative ideas. I am very confident that you all have the skills and motivation to build your own successful businesses. When you build your business, it's also important to keep in mind the difficult context in which we live. In relation where climate change, with the changing climate, has really negative effects everywhere. And where biodiversity, which is the number of different animals and different plants on the planet, is in danger. We have less animals, we have less types of crops, everything is getting much more unique. We don't have the variety that our grandparents used to have. So it is important that from the smallest enterprise to the biggest business, of course, you want to make revenue out of it. But when you build it, it's important to look at traditional type of crops, at trying to put as diverse types as possible on your farms. If possible, plant trees wherever you can to provide shade for when there will be less rainfall, but it also provides spaces for the birds and insects that are so crucial for agriculture. Sorry. And also by getting organized in committees like a lot of you have been doing, you will also always be stronger to share among yourselves on your practices, but also try to influence your government to get access to subsidies. And if you have businesses that are positive for nature, but positive also for society around you, I think you will get more interest and more support. I mean, I see at the international level, international programs, policymakers, NGOs, they're all looking at how to support better young people around the world, to save nature and to adapt to climate change. And farmers have a central role to play in saving nature. So just continue what you're already doing, which is working together and sharing. But please continue communicating about your work through your phones, through videos, all the ways you can. And we will make sure we help here in our global institution build a case for more investment in agri-forest enterprise development. Anyway, I won't be too long, but I hope you will learn a lot on this webinar, and I'm sure you will. But I also hope that we will have a lot of fun. So I just want to wish you a great training and send you all my support. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Pauline, and thank you for the never-ending support of IUCN and the Forest and Farm Facility. We appreciate the easy communication and coordination with you, and we hope that we will continue in the years and even decades to come when our participants are not youth anymore.
Yes,
Okay.
totally agree.
Yeah, so the next part of our program, we want to know you guys. So we will have a quick Zoom poll so that we'll know the composition of our audience or participants. So I'm going to launch it now. We have 4 questions, and please feel free to answer them. The first question is what is your age? Are you younger than 18 years old, between 18 to 30 years old, or greater than 30 years old? Next, what is your gender? Are you male, female, or do you prefer not to say? Next, what country are you from? So we have 10 choices here. Apologies for our European colleagues. There is a limit in the number of choices, so you won't be able to answer. And then last but not the least, this is very important. Have you attended a training on enterprise development before? Okay, so we have 2 minutes for everyone to answer. Go, 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 go.
জি শুনতে পাচ্ছি।
Last 30 seconds. Only 49% have responded. This is a sign if you're listening and participating. You have to answer the poll. Last 10 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. And poll. Okay, let's see. Okay, so the bulk of our participants, oh, we have greater than 30 years old. I think these are the AFA staff. No kidding. So we have 3% less than 18 years old. So we have teenagers here. We have 42% 18 to 30, and of Of course, the greater than 30 years old, 55%. So that includes the speakers and also the staff. In terms of gender, we have more or less equal, 45% male, 52% female, and 3% prefer not to say. In terms of countries, I think for some of the countries, they're just using one Zoom account. So this is not necessarily reflecting the composition. But the Philippines, 29% composed compose 29% of the Zoom accounts that we have now, but more or less we are the 10 countries that we have members for the FFF project are represented. And last but not the least, in terms of the training, it's almost the same. 45% have attended and 55% have not. Okay? So that's a good composition. It would be a very challenging webinar, not just today, but the next days. But we are excited. So next. All right. So we had the Zoom poll. So let me just give you an overview about the project or the activity that we are having now. Again, the title of the project is The Young Women and Men Farmers as Advocates for Sustainable, Resilient, Gender-Sensitive, Agri-Forest-Based Livelihoods, Young Farmers for Farms in Forests, Forests in Farms, Phase 2. So it's a very, very long title, but in AFA, we call it FFF project because the donor is the Forest and Farm Facility. So who are the countries covered? So all of the AFA members that are part of phase 1 is included in phase 2. So we have a total of 10. And the objectives of the project is to capacitate farmers organizations and their national young farmers committees to support and sustain sustainable, resilient, and gender-sensitive agri-forest-based enterprises led by young women and men farmers. So what are the activities involved in the project? So one, we will organize a regional webinar series on agri-forest-based enterprise development and management, which is what we are having right now. Second is we're going to organize a Young Farmers Enterprise Challenge Fund. And third is we're going to develop videos or knowledge management materials that will showcase the successful enterprises led by our young farmers. So that is the brief overview of the project. I am sure that your farmers organizations have also explained this to you, but if you have any questions, please feel free to message me in the comment or in the chat box. So without further ado, I would like to introduce to us, to everyone, the main speaker or trainer for this activity. You know, AFA had quite a difficult time finding the right person to do this webinar, but we are glad that we're able to meet Dario on another engagement or another project. And we're glad that he accepted our request to be a trainer for this activity. So Dario has more than 40 years of experience in the agriculture sector and has worked in 49 countries and almost 100 projects in Africa, Mediterranean countries, Central Asia, Pacific Islands, and the Balkans region, with contributions to projects of major international donors such as FAO, IFAD, USAID, etc. He has international experience in food supply chain management, food safety and quality assurance programs, organic agriculture, environmental schemes, environmental conservation programs, and marketing of agricultural products. He also developed marketing competence through working with companies in the agri-food and agribusiness sector and at an academic level as professor of marketing at the University of Parma. Parma. At 58, he started studying anthropology from Bologna I'm not sure if I pronounced that right. University for curiosity and passion to explore more in the area of food and agriculture. Currently, he is developing specific research on the analysis of agricultural cooperation and the anthropological structure of the rural communities involved in rural value chains and their governance and the impact on those communities. This includes the adoption of the own developed icons of local economy model. Without further ado, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Dario Kakamisi. Dario, just a quick hi before we go to the introduction of participants.
Thank you very much, Milene, and welcome to everyone. I'm very, very happy to be with you and very happy to have this opportunity to collaborate with the Asian Farmers Association and through the association with all of you. Yeah, Milene said a lot about myself. We don't tell that having 40 years of experience, I am not young anymore, which is the negative side of experience. I am Italian of origin. I live in Uruguay. Well, partially in Uruguay, partially in Italy. And yes, we met through a FAO project in Azerbaijan with the Asian Farmers Association. So thank you very much for joining us. And after your introduction, we will start with the training and we will know each other better and more. Thank you, Milene. And thank you, Esther, for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Dario. Of course, we have introduced our speaker, but we have to make sure that our participants also know each other. I know that we have a lot of countries in this session, so this might be a little bit difficult. So what we're going to do is that we're going to do a wheel of names or wheel of countries, and if your country is selected, you have to introduce yourselves. So all members of your team. So just say a quick hi, hello, namaste, or whatever hello is in your local language, and just say your name. So I am Mylene, I am Dario, I am Bernie, etc. And before we move to that, I think there are some participants who were raising their hand. May I request that you type it in the chat box so that we could address you properly. Okie dokes? All right. So let me just, okay, not my Facebook page, but I hope, there you go. Okay. So I'm going to spin, and whatever country is selected gets to introduce themselves. Okay. All right. Our first. Okay. So, our friends from India, anyone? Please take the floor, unmute yourself, and introduce yourself.
Farida Jalis.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Farida.
I am from Seva, UP, Seva, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, based in Lucknow, the north region of India.
Thank you, Farida. Who else are with you?
3 people are with me. Shubhanji Behan is with me, and Kiran Behan is with me, and Shubham Bhai is with me.
Okay, so there are 4 people in your account.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Are there other accounts for India?
Yeah.
Okay, so please, if you could please ask them to introduce themselves.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Hello. Just a minute.
Hello, I am Shumanjali. Hello. मैं किरण बोल रही हूँ.
Yes, we can hear you, but your video is turned off. Your video is not working. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, you have to
Hello.
turn on your video.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, there you go.
Hello. I
Hello.
am Harish Kumar Bhatt from
Yeah.
Assam. Hello.
Who's
Hello.
Can you
yeah.
hear me?
Yes.
please speak.
I am Harish Kumar
Paki
Bhatt
ano si Harish.
from
Paki ano mo.
Northeastern
Harish
Assam.
Kumar, wait for a while. Let's just let Farida and her team to finish their discuss their introduction. And then we'll call you. Go ahead, Farida.
Hi, myself Shubhani from Seva UP.
Okay, and then the others? Or is there anyone with you?
Yes. Shubham Bhai have left. He is driving. He will join within
Okay.
5-10 minutes.
Okay. All right. So who's next from India? No one else? I think no one else because the last member of the team is. Okay. So next, let's move on to let's choose the next country. Okay. Our colleagues from Vietnam, please take the floor and introduce yourself.
Xin chào, tôi là Phạm Văn Tiến ạ, là nông dân trẻ của Việt Nam.
Let's go to those who do not understand Vietnamese, please go to the English channel.
Rất vui được gặp mọi người trong buổi họp ngày hôm nay.
Thank you. Okay. It's done, right? Okay, I think Tien, they were not able to hear you. So can you please reintroduce yourself? But for the rest of the participants, click on the English channel so that you could hear the interpretation. Okay? So Tien, please, if you could repeat.
Dạ vâng, xin chào tất cả các anh chị em trong buổi họp ngày hôm nay ạ. Tôi xin được tự giới thiệu, tôi tên là Phạm Văn Tiến ạ, là một nông dân trẻ sản xuất cây thảo dược và quế ở tại địa phương của Yên Bái, Việt Nam ạ.
Okay, I think that's great. Thank you very much. Is there another participant from Vietnam?
হ্যাঁ আপা, শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? নো, আমি ওই যে স্বপ্নাম যেহেতু ওটার ইয়েতে জয়েন করে।
Hello. I think that's it for our Vietnamese team. Maybe later you could put your names in the chat box. If you still have additional team members. In the meantime, let's select the next country. Okay. So our next team or our next country is Laos. Anyone from Laos who wants to take the floor? I see the
สบายดีเปิดเสื้อนางภูเขาคำโพธิสาร มาจากกลุ่มปลูกผักอินทรีย์บ้านทุ่งมั่งเนาะเป็นวัยรุ่นที่เลี้ยงสัตว์แล้วก็ปลูกพืชไปนำ
Thank you very much for that. Are there other team members from Lao? I see other accounts here. Please take the floor. Don't be shy.
สบายดีข้าพเจ้าชื่อเตยธรรมยศเนาะเป็นสมาชิกเครือข่ายชาวกสิกรลาวยินดีที่ได้รู้จักทุกคนและยินดีหลายๆที่ได้เข้าร่วมกองประชุมนี้ขอขอบใจ
Thank you. Thank you. Next, do we have additional participants? I think I see Suksavan.
เจ้าสบายดี เจ้าสุขสวัสดิ์เนาะจากเครือข่ายลาวแต่ว่าข้าพเจ้าอยู่แข่งเชียงขวางเนาะเจ้าขอบใจหลาย ๆ ที่เข้าร่วม
Nice to meet you too. Next, do we still have or that's everyone? Going once?
เจ้าสบายดี
Okay, we have additional.
เจ้าสบาย
Go
ดี
ahead.
มาจากกลุ่มปลูกผักอินทรีย์บ้านทงมั่งเนาะอยู่แข่งนครหลวงเวียงจันทน์
Hello, nice to meet you. And anybody? Yep, anybody else? I think that's everyone. All right, thank you.
Yes, from Lao, for
Yeah,
all of our
somebody-
team, we
somebody
have
else.
9
Mutang.
people and
Mutang.
3 from
Oh,
the
wait,
secretary team.
Noy. There are 2 people speaking. So Noy first, and then the guy with the local. Yeah, you know what I mean. Noy, please, you first.
Okay, yeah, I just want to say good afternoon from Lao. Today we all together have 9 people to participate in this webinar, and 3 from the secretary team and 6 from the farmers.
Thank
And they
you.
will introduce themselves. Yeah, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, so next is the guy wearing the blue shirt. Is there anyone from Lao who wants? There you go.
เจ้าสบายดี ข้าพเจ้าชื่อบุญตาอายุ30 ปี จากกลุ่มปลูกผักกระซอมในเรือนโฮมบ้านหนองทรงยินดีที่ได้เข้าร่วมกองประชุมฝึกอบรมเกี่ยวกับธุรกิจกสิกรรมวัยหนุ่มขอบใจ
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. Okay, closed. Now we move on to our next country. We still have a long ways to go. All right, Philippines, get ready. Okay, who wants to go first from the Philippines? Huwag na kayong mahiya. Anyone from the Philippines? Mel, can you? Ayan.
Hello.
Yes.
Actually, I'm expecting Jumer to introduce the rest of Philippine Pakisama participants. But I've already included in our chat box the names of the young farmer participant for this webinar. So they are now 8 participants. So we have Jumer, Marcaida, Alarla Ajoy Kagata, Cristina Perol, Maylin Bandera, Patrick De La Cruz, Jaynab Evangelista, Liza Evangelista, and Gemaline Hipano. So they are 8, 2 male and 6 female. So I think their connectivity can cooperate so they can introduce themselves. So I will call first Jumer. And me, Melissa Mel, support staff of the Young Farmers also from Pakisama. Jumer?
Okay, good day to all. So I am Jumar Marcaida from Pamanaka, Pakisama, Philippines, and currently the chairperson of Rural Young Farmers Committee of AFA. So I'm so excited with this enterprise. So I welcome you to the 3 regional representatives of Pakisama, the Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So I turn over the opportunity for the Sorsogon province representatives, Gemaline and others, Sandigan representative. Thank you.
Good day, all. I'm Christina Perot from Sandigan, young farmer from Sorsogon.
Next.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Choi Kagata, and I'm young farmer facilitator from Patanum Association. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maylin Bandera from Philippine Pakisama Young Farmers from Davao Oriental. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jainab Evangelista, young farmers from Philippines.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liza Evangelista from young farmers from Philippines.
Kuday si Juan Patrick de la Cruz from Philippines Young Farmer members.
There is a baby. There is a baby who is also, I think, attending. You could, yeah, hello. She will be the
Hello to the
youngest.
baby.
She
It's
will be
very
the
okay to have her while you are attending the training. Have him or her.
She will be the youngest
Yeah.
participant.
Our young farmer from Philippines is multiple tasking today.
The third liner farmers.
Yes. Is there anyone else from the Philippine team?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, po, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Jemeline Diaz po from BWFA Pamanaka, Philippines. Pakisama po. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Next. Meron pa ba? Or that's everyone, I think, from the Philippine team. Thank you, everyone, especially to our youngest participant here. Now we move on to our next country. All right, we have from Mongolia. Okay, our Mongolian colleagues, please turn on your videos and introduce yourself.
Hello. Монгол улсаас оролцож байгаа уран харж хөтөлбөрийн дараа би 5 хүн гэж байна.
Can you repeat? Sorry. Can you repeat and introduce yourself? I'm sorry for that. You are muted. For Mongolia, can you repeat your introduction? You are muted. You are currently on mute.
Semeno.
To our Mongolian participant, please, you are muted currently. Please unmute yourself. There.
Semeno. Монгол улсаас оролцож байгаа уран архины дараа цааглан гэж хүмэнэ. Энэ гой сургалтын суралцж байгаад баярлаа.
Yeah,
Nasa ano siya.
Yeah. Yeah, I think bold, the interpreter bold, if you're translating from Russian to English, please click on the English channel so that the rest of the group can hear. There. So could you repeat what you said? Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else from Mongolia? Okay, okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. Now we move on to the next country. Okay, Cambodia. Ding. Do we have our colleagues from Cambodia here? I think I saw Sopit a while ago. Anyone from Cambodia who is currently here? Yeah, I think they said that they were having difficulties connecting. There. Siang La. Hello.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. I'm Singla.
Nice to meet you, Sengla.
I'm from. Okay, bye bye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So I think they only have one from Cambodia as of the moment. So now we move on to Myanmar. Okay, so anyone from Myanmar? I think we have participants from Myanmar. I saw Tanswe a while ago. There. Hello.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Tansher from Myanmar, member of AFA. Nice to meet you all. And we have our other two participants and one translator here together with I call for Sound, you please introduce yourself.
I'm from Myanmar. Yeah, I'm also a member of AFFM. So yeah, now I'm working a copy association. Yeah, so maybe like a social enterprise. So yeah, I really thank you for your invitation to this.
And next one.
Hello, မင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ CFA လောက်နေတယ် Uzo nhưng mà hello.
I'm muted. I think that's everyone from Myanmar, and thank you very much for making time. I know that it's not the best, it's not a perfect situation yet in your country, but we do appreciate the effort and your interest in joining us here. Okay, so we have 3 more countries. Let's see who will be next. Okay. All right. Our next group is from Bangladesh. Anyone who wants to go first? Next asset. Yeah, I think Abul is.
Hello, I am Abul Hassan, President, Young Farmer Committee, National Team, Bangladesh. We are 3 persons joined in this meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So may we know who are the 2 more? The remaining 2 participants. There's a baby. We have another young participant. Hello? For the other Bangladesh participants, do you want to
Hello?
introduce yourself? Go ahead.
I am Bidut Chandra and Young Farmer Association Bangladesh. I am member 3-person young farmer Swapnarani Bidut Chandra and Abul Hassan.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. So now we move on. We have 2 remaining. Let's see who's gonna come next. All right, Nepal will be next. Okay. Anyone from Nepal?
Namaste. I'm from Nepal. I'm Tongkanath Nepane from CTCF.
Thank you. Next. Anyone else from Nepal? Sorry.
Namaste, Asmita Banal from Nepal. I participate from CTCF Nepal.
Namaste. Next. I think that's everyone, I think, from Nepal. Anyone else from Nepal?
Namaste. I'm Sudip Srishti from Nepal, young tea farmer.
Thank you, Sudeep. Next. I can hear myself. It's not a good sound.
Namaskar.
Go ahead, Vinita.
I'm Vinita Lamichhane from CTCF Nepal.
Thank you, Vinita. Is there anyone else from CTCF? None? If none, we will move on to the last country. Of course, they're last but not the least. Kyrgyzstan. Go ahead. I think they're in one room only. There.
Біріншіден барлық қатысушыларға салам. Екіншіден болса мен
Кыргызстандан, атым болсо Мухаммед, молодой фермер из Кыргызстана, получается. Да, не дейбиз. Жылдызжандан сүйлөйсүң ба? Сизден таанышпыз. Атыңызды айтып, атыңыз. Жылдыз деп.
Assalamu alaikum. Benim adım Yıldız. Kırgızistan'da yaşayın.
Фермер болмондук па?
Fermerga qiziqaman da.
All right. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much to Luz and the rest of the NOAA team. And thank you, everyone. I know that it was quite long, the introduction, but it's nice to hear your voices and to match the voice with the faces and so on. So just requesting everyone to please keep your video on, especially if your internet connection is not so bad. I mean, it's nice that we still see each other even if it's virtual. Now we move on to the main part of the program. With that, I'm going to give the floor to Dario. Dario, take it away.
Thank you, Milene. So once more, welcome to everyone. And now we start with our training. Let me share the screen once more. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Good, perfect. Thank you very much. So the training that we are gonna release this webinar from today onwards has been prepared in the last month with the contribution of the Asian Farmers Associations and other stakeholders. It took a while because it was necessary to fine-tune the training contents to the highest extent to make it in line with your needs. You see that the title is Training for Agripreneurs. This is a nice word that Ms. Esther suggested to combine our two natures, the agricultural nature and our aim. The preneurs says a lot because we want to combine the agricultural activities with enterprise, small enterprise or big, it depends, but in general, in our case, small enterprises. But looking at agriculture and farming, we will see further on the definitions. Look at farming from an enterprise perspective, which is a business perspective. And you know that one of our major topics during the training will be the business planning. And in practice, the training has been constructed to prepare, to give you the necessary information for business planning, for preparing a business, your business plan. Let's look at the program that we have ahead. So we have 5 days, 6 days, sorry, 4 days of training and 2 days of coaching. So today we are starting with the description of the farming activity, which is a general introduction, but important for us to focus on what are the peculiarities of farming and how these peculiarities should be somehow considered when preparing a business plan in terms of the using these traits as possible strength for us to make a more effective business plan. Then we will continue with more the second day with more details on the business plan, and particularly we will work on simple techniques for the analysis of the context, of the external context, and for the self-analysis, for the internal context, say. Then we will continue with a session on the customer focus, which is crucial. A business does exist because it has got customers. Customers are, and the market related to customers are the core of the existence of a business, and this makes the difference often from a certain kind of agriculture and the enterprise in agriculture. The enterprise is always constantly related to customers. Then we will have a first coaching session, because at that point, after the third day, you will be able to prepare a first draft plan for your Agri enterprise. And then we will continue with the final webinar on the mission, the vision, the values, but mostly on the preparation of the business plan, which will prepare the final coaching, where I will help you to revise the enterprise plan, the draft enterprise plan that we have prepared before, and transform it into a simple business plan. So that is the last step, and in practice the key objective of our training. And now let's go more, and we start. We start today, as I said, talking about farming, the peculiarities of farming, the impact, and all the implications. This is something that you know from your experience. The scope of the session of today is to give order to all this knowledge that you already have got, and see how this can help in the preparation of our business plan. I start from this. It might be interesting to look at the role of agriculture, forestry, fishing in different areas of the world, particularly considering as the one extreme the less developed countries, and the other extreme the most developed countries. And we see that agriculture has a very different role, because in the least developed countries, the share of agriculture in terms of added value is around 20% of the economy, whilst in the most developed economies it is around 1%. You see the example of the European Union, the United States. China is a big agricultural player, is in between, with around 8% of the value added. What does it mean? It means that there is a big difference between countries, certain groups of countries and others, and that in any case agriculture is nowadays contributing less than other sectors, industry, services particularly, to the general economy of the countries. Therefore, if we look at the European Union, United States, for instance, we see that agriculture is becoming a kind of niche. It is not, but this is what it looks like if we look at the figures and the statistics figures and the general figures of the economy. Therefore, when we present a business plan, we should keep in mind that we are working in a sector that is important, but is not the most important sector that certain economy can see. And you have probably already experienced that with the difficulties that you can find with financial institutions to finance agriculture, because they are more interested in other sectors which they believe are more reliable, safer, or better for lending money. So this is not a secondary trend for us within the agricultural sector. But the situation is different if we look not at the added value, but if we look at employment. If we look at employment, the situation is changing, and particularly increasing the gap between the two extremes. Because in the least developed countries, in developing countries, we see that the occupation is much higher than the 20%. It might be 50 or more, up to 90% of the occupation of a certain country. In our, considering the country, the participant country we don't have least developed countries, so we should figure out our country in the middle between the two extremes. But in some cases, we are close to this profile. As relatively small contribution to the entire added value of the country, but on the other hand, a strong contribution to employment. Therefore, we have these two sides of agriculture, a less role, say, in the economy, but a stronger social role. And this is why, for instance, many countries have decided to start to set subsidies for agriculture. Then there is the environmental implication as well, which is extremely important. But just the social role of agriculture is enough to justify that the governments want to support agriculture, and through that support occupation and integrity of the rural communities, the rural society, the rural families. So in many countries, small farmers are a significant proportion of the population, and this is significant information for us, and is something that should be can provide us with more strength in presenting business activities in agriculture. Because in general, it means that our activities might have an important social role. If we already start thinking on presenting our ideas in a business plan, summing up our ideas in a business plan, it becomes rather logical and evident that in our business plan we should constantly highlight the social role of our enterprises and the social role of the agripreneurs. One of the issues that we might have here, particularly when we look at the shift toward agripreneur and to enterprise, is the difference between commercial activity, entrepreneurial activity in agriculture, and the subsistence agriculture, because this makes an enormous difference. We are talking and thinking on planning a business, and therefore we have to incorporate, to embed the perspective of the enterprise and not the subsistence agriculture. And experience in many countries, from developing countries to middle income countries, say that the shift from the traditional agriculture to an agriculture, to an export-oriented, business-oriented agriculture often has been a failure, because this transition from small-scale family farming, subsistence farming to business farming is not an easy process. I did not tell you, but you can interrupt me at any time with question, comments, whatever. Whoever wants to say something, please feel free to interrupt me at any moment. Well, here I put a slide on the history of the inequalities that we see today nowadays in the agricultural sector, and largely it comes from the colonization, where the Western powers exploited the colonized countries and created a world of inequalities related to the access to the production means, to the people. And this process changed completely, not only the world, but changed completely the two sides, the colonizers and the colonized people. You know that the colonialism ended between the 50s and the 70s, for India in 1947. The United Kingdom withdrew, but for the other countries, the majority, it's not much time ago. And the heritage of this period was, as I mentioned in this slide, an heritage of strong inequalities, which in agriculture reflected into a mass of small subsistence farmers and a few number of large agricultural conglomerates. So there wasn't almost anything in the middle. And actually what we want to do with our training, with our business planning, with our aim of agripreneurs is exactly staying in this middle zone between the large agricultural conglomerate and the subsistence farmers. This is what we are basically learning in this training, keeping this say objective of obviously not solving the inequalities of our countries, because we are too small to do that, but yes, contributing to address that. So to have a look at how the agripreneurs can reduce any inequalities that we still have. Inequalities are still in Europe. My country is of origin, Italy, has big differences within. So don't believe that these inequalities, although not coming from colonialism, but from in agriculture, does not exist. Same in Uruguay, there are, and therefore there is a big effort to do and consider what our role, which role we may play in this process. We will see the complexity of this process, because it is not only what I'm saying now, but it is, the picture is much more variegated and much more complex than we see. So if looking still at the history, agriculture was at that time was a strong component of colonialism, which, as I mentioned, has generated inequalities and changes in all sides, social, the political, the culture, with the effects that we still are seeing, and we are stepping out slowly with difficulty in the recent years. All this is a general introduction to this slide, which is saying something that we should always consider. And when preparing for this business plan, considering the peculiarity of agriculture, might be a weakness, might be a strength, and obviously we have to present and to elaborate on these peculiarities in terms of presenting them as a strength, because it is really evident how agriculture is a special business activity. Also for that, once more, many countries have decided to start subsidies for agriculture, recognizing the peculiarities of agriculture and the difference of agriculture from other businesses. What does it mean? That when we prepare a business plan, we should expect also a special consideration, not a preferential consideration. I'm not saying that in terms of better or worse, but different, yes, specific, because farming with its specificity cannot be assessed by everyone. And therefore, the financial institutions to which, in general, we submit a business plan should be ready to read an agricultural business plan with the specific competence, with the specific knowledge. And we know that this is not often the case. We know that many financial institutions do not have specific financial facilities for farming. They have standard financial facilities. It might be good for standard businesses, but not always good for farming. And now we see more why. We start with the impact, the general of farming. We saw before that farming is the practical implementation of agriculture. Sometimes I will use the two terms as synonymous, but farming is say the practical side of agriculture, which is a general sector of activities and a general set of activities. The impacts of farming, well, I listened with pleasure to Paulina's introduction, because she touched the points that I completely share. Because impacts of farming is related to the environment and biodiversity. We are the first somehow to, or among the first, in the conservation of biodiversity, in the protection of biodiversity. Animal and plants. Paulina mentioned the reduction of the number of types of varieties of plants and animals that we have. And we are in the first line in that specific element. And then we have other impacts that are more related to what we are doing, like waste, packages, plastic. I've seen someone in a greenhouse. From there, for instance, we might have plastic to dispose of, and we are using plastic. And then natural resources like water and the water in the wet area and the soil. We are on the land. We are preserving soil and land, but we might also affect it. So the impacts of farming is great. And you see, you might consider easily these impacts in two ways, from the farm to biodiversity, to the environment, to the soil, and vice versa. And therefore, this should be also considered, and we will consider that in our business plan to persuade who is reading our business plan that we minimize the impacts and we are not affected by the impacts from outside in our activity, which is not an easy task. We know. And now we start with the first short roundtable. Just a short word on the methodology of this training. You will see that we will have many roundtable discussion. First, not to keep it too boring, the presentation with long speech from my side. Then second, to give you the opportunity to reconsider what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is a general analysis which has been made specific for you, but obviously cannot capture so many countries, particularly in such diverse context as Asia's context. And therefore, it is extremely important that you take, in this case, around 15 minutes together to think on the impacts of farming that you can see, that you experience in your conditions. So what is relevant? And take note of that, because these are the general, this is the general analysis and preparation to make an effective business plan, to explain well in your business plan what is the general situation, what is the situation of your agribusiness. So we start with the first one, which is about the impacts of farming. I briefly introduce to you what impacts can see. This slide. This is not exhaustive. There are other impacts that you can see, so don't stay only on this, but please rely on your experience. And please, let's start. I have someone in the chat. Millie from Philippines is saying hello. Good. So please, who is starting? I am very curious, obviously, to know your experience, because I have some experience in Asia, but not so large and as large as the coverage of our training from Kyrgyzstan to the Philippines, so from Central Asia to Eastern part. Therefore, I will ask some question to you. But now I would love someone to break the ice and start. Well, Milene will be with me to push you as well, to pull you in as well, push and pull.
Yes. Yes.
So who is starting?
Yeah. So essentially, guys, this is an opportunity for everyone to share their experience. Specifically, what are the impacts of farming or agriculture in your own community or in your own country? So I know that we are experiencing different things, even though you are all farmers. But so it will be nice to hear from your end. And I know that first, I will ask maybe if there are any volunteers.
Yes, before we start picking a volunteer up.
Yeah.
A first volunteer.
Yeah, any volunteers? If none, if none, we're going to use the Wheel of Fortune.
The Wheel of Fortune, yes. Please,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yes, who was that?
Should I stop sharing, Milene, or?
Yes.
Yes. I stop sharing and then we go with the, let me do that. Yes, I did.
And I think someone took the floor, please.
It was me, Mama.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joy Kagata from Philippines, from Pakisama, Philippines, and I was just want to share with you our experience as a young farmer who actually got the privilege to for a budget for our just a very little project here in our place, which was our hog racing and hog fattening. So as of now, actually the budget for the project was also came from AFA, and we're very thankful for that. And as of now, our hog fattening and hog racing is still ongoing, which about 2 months. 2 months for 2 months now, our hog will be giving birth to piglets, and then what we're gonna do with the piglets for after the birth of our hog is to distribute also to our other young farmers so that they can also have the chance to get the project for free. So we're very thankful for the opportunity that as a young farmer, as a young entrepreneur, we have already a little knowledge or a knowledge on how to go in entrepreneurship, on how to deal with business in terms of farming activities, and so that we can also learn and share our ideas to other young farmers in our community.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pakistan. And in terms of the staying now focusing more on the last slides about the impact in your activities, what have you considered to start this piglet fattening business, really regarding the impact? Because this activity is quite relevant in terms of impacts that might have. How was your approach toward the impact of your activity? Has been relevant or not? Because you might also say, well, it was not relevant. Actually, we just made it, and that's all. I'm very curious to know that.
So Joy, if you could share what were the impacts of your hog fattening project?
Joy.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, for our young farmer na for young facilitator, what we have learned is that new knowledge and new opportunities that open for us. For example, we know how to create a simple business proposal. For example, on how to do the budget and the financial aspects on how to make business, for example, and how to deal with negotiations. And also, as for the young farmers, they have the chance to, of course, at least elevate their status in life. For example, if they have get the income from the project, they can have to at least focus on another project, for example, or the net income will be given to other young farmer members who have the chance to get also to become beneficiary for the said project. So that those are what I think the significant factors that helped us in this kind of project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Think
Thank you, Joy.
thank you, Joy. I think Miss Esther is raising her hand.
Esther, yes.
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank Dario for a very deep presentation, historical one, which talks about, for example, how agriculture evolved and what is the relation between the developed and the developing countries with regards to agriculture and farming. And I think that was really very good because it makes me, for me, it makes me reflect on how come our agriculture, especially in the least developed countries, is like this. Now, how come agriculture is neglected? And because it is neglected, it has not been the very promising economic sector when it used to be that one, no, during the early days, no, even before the Industrial Revolution. So that's a very good context. And I would like to connect it with what we are, what is our webinar on enterprise development, and what is the question that we want to answer right now, the question posed by Dario on the impacts of farming. My reflection is, so we're talking about enterprise, and enterprise means something business. No? It's a business. And therefore, like hog raising of Joy from Philippines, we do this hog raising because we think from this activity, we will have income. So an enterprise is an income. We want to do something that will provide income, that will provide livelihoods to us, especially to us as young farmers. But it's not the only reason why we want to go into an enterprise, or maybe not the only criteria for doing a farming activity is not only to earn, but also to help the environment, to help the planet so that it will be healthy, it will sustain, it will give sustenance for the next generation. And the kind of farming that maybe our parents and maybe our grandparents have done since the 1960s, especially during the Green Revolution, which was very prominent in our countries in Asia from the 1960s. This kind of farming is not helping the planet. It has destroyed so much the environment, like what Pauline has earlier said. And that's why there is this call that our farming activities should not only give us income, but also help in making the planet healthy and in making the people healthy. And that's why with this in mind, and knowing also this vision of sustainable agriculture or agroecology, the question now is, look at your farming activities. Look at the farming activities that you do now, or maybe your parents do now, or your neighbors do now, and see what has been the impact of that kind of farming to you, to your community. Because usually enterprises, the idea of what kind of business, what kind of enterprise to take comes from a certain need, or a certain gap in your community or in your family. So is there a gap between, you think this should be done to be sustainable, but in my farming, in my community, this is happening, and therefore, this will be the enterprise that I can go into. Okay, so we need to first look at the situation in the field. What is it? So that's the impact of farming. What is the impact of farming in your community? Maybe the impact is because we do a lot of fertilizer in our farming activities, or we use a lot of water and we are wasting a lot of water. Therefore, this is happening in our farm. Okay. And when we are able to find a gap or a problem, then our minds can work on what kind of business will we do for our farming, what kind of enterprise. So we are talking not only of enterprise, but what we call social enterprises as young farmers. I hope that helps, but it's long, and our Filipino friends has said, can we translate? But maybe someone can translate in Filipino. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Miss Esther. For our Filipino participants, if I'm not mistaken, Mel will be providing a summary, or Mel or Jumer will be providing a summary in your own group chat. But yeah, I think, thank you very much, Miss Esther, for linking why are we discussing the impacts of farming, because hopefully the enterprise that you guys will build or create is not only just to earn income, but also help your community, help the environment for a better future. So Dario, do you have anything to add, or maybe a response to what Ms. Esther has highlighted?
Well, first, thank you very much to Esther for the clarification and the intervention, because this is exactly what is necessary to consider from our side as entrepreneurs. And that is our strength. Luckily, after decades, the world is now understanding that the environment, the society are in essential elements of the future of the planet and of future of the people, because without the environment and without society we won't live at all. And therefore we can find now much more interest in our variegated value proposition, which is not only the proposition of a business, but is the proposition of a business activity with strong roots, with strong impact, as we said, on both society and environment. You see, for instance, in Europe is now developing the Green Deal to make European Union carbon neutral, and developing for us the farm to fork concept, which is aimed at increasing organic agriculture, reducing use of pesticide, reducing soil, reducing the use of soil and the contamination of soil, reducing the use of chemical drugs for animals. So there is a general trend nowadays toward this direction of, say, more sustainable businesses, sustainable agricultural businesses as well. Therefore, we should start finding more interest in those who are looking at our business plan, on our value proposition based on a sustainable business which is respectful of society and environment. In these days, we will talk here and there of agroforestry as well. Agroforestry activities are very exposed to these two sides of our activity, which is environment and society. Because the poor society, I have seen in countries, for instance, like Afghanistan, in our continent, where the poverty of people has affected the forest, partially the forest of this country. And therefore illegal logging is a serious issue that we have, and this is threatening the environment, because we know the importance of forests for the environment. So there we have enormous potential if we will find the right people to listen to us. We have just 1 minute left, and this was my comment, by the way. So to look at that and keep it as a reference for following Esther's remark. That was excellent and perfect. So anyone else, please?
Yeah, actually there is a question from Jumer of the Philippines. He said, when we say agroforestry enterprise, must it be located in a forested area or upland terrain? I think Miss Esther responded. She said, yes, Jumer, agroforestry enterprise can be done in both upland and lowland as long as the enterprise uses forest-based resources. So there. So agroforestry is the intentional integration of trees and shrubs into crop and animal farming systems to create environmental, economic, and social benefits. So I guess just to compare, the opposite of agroforestry is the monocrop, or the farm with just 1 or 2 or small number of crops or crop species that are being planted.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Last one question before we go on a break to give our interpreters some rest.
Yes.
Going once, going twice, close. So for those who still want to maybe share later, please do not hesitate to just put it in the chat box. We read there anyway, so let's just interact there. In the meantime, we will go on a 10-minute break. So please, you do not have to leave the meeting, just stay. And while we are in a break, I'm going to show you a short video so that you'll have some entertainment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
ដល់ពេលមកលក្ខីហាត់ហួយផាត់អីហើយបានពី10លានហ្នឹង
ការយើងមានជាក្រុមសហគមន៍កសិកម្មអញ្ចឹងយើងងាយចរចាជាមួយឈ្មួញជាមួយអតិថិជនក្នុងការទិញផលិតផល2018យើងធ្វើផែនការ300តោនជាង400តោនហើយតាក់ទងតម្រូវការមួយដែលយើងផ្គត់ផ្គង់ឲ្យគាត់ហ្នឹងចន្លោះ1000តោននោះគឺនៅមិនទាន់គ្រប់ផង
ពេលនាងខ្ញុំចូលមកក្នុងសហគមន៍ហ្នឹងជួយជាមួយឲ្យគ្រួសារនាងខ្ញុំដូចឲ្យមានជីវភាពកើនឡើងលើសពីមុន
កាលពីដើមមកគាត់ធ្វើស្រែទៅតាមធម្មតាគឺថាអត់មានចេះវិជ្ជាទីទីហើយដល់ពេលយើងមានសហគមន៍ក្រាំងរាវសាមគ្គីយើងបានចូលរួមជាមួយនឹងអង្គការផ្សេងរៀនពីការធ្វើត្រូវតាមវិជ្ជាទីបន្ទាប់មកបានយើងទៅអប់រំទៅតាមសមាជិករបស់ផងយើងឲ្យគាត់ចេះពីការផលិតស្រូវតាមលក្ខណៈវិជ្ជាទីដើម្បីឲ្យសម្រេចគោលបំណងក្នុងសហគមន៍គឺថាយើងចង់បានអង្គការស្រីរៀងគឺយើងរៀបចំជាក្រុមផលិត ទោះបីជាមានកសិករច្រើនដល់ទៅ300គ្រួសារជាងក៏ដោយក៏ប៉ុន្តែយើងយកអ្នកស្ម័គ្រចិត្តផលិតអញ្ចឹងក្នុងនោះយើងមានតែ44គ្រួសារទេដែលផលិតស្រូវស្រីរៀងសម្រាប់លក់ឲ្យសហគមន៍
កាលពីតាន់ចូលសហគមន៍ខ្ញុំធ្វើស្រូវសរីរាង្គដែរតែគ្រាន់តែថាធ្វើនោះវាអត់ពេញបច្ចេកទេសអីចាបាន14តោនទេ2ហិកតាចូលក្នុងសហគមន៍ទៅ2ហិកតាហ្នឹងបាន6តោនក៏មានក្រុមហ៊ុនក្រុមអីចឹងទៅគេមកកងថាទិញអីចឹងគេមកតាក់ទងជាមួយសហគមន៍តាណាបលក់តែឯងលក់ទៅឲ្យឈ្មួញតែម្នាក់ឯងលក់វាអត់បានថ្លៃសហគមន៍របស់យើងដែលផលិតស្រូវស្រីរៀងនេះគឺយើងមានពូជផ្ដល់ជូនឲ្យគាត់ពូជនេះគឺជាពូជសុទ្ធល្អហើយផ្ដល់ឲ្យគាត់ទៅហើយយើងទទួលទិញស្រូវពីគាត់វិញគណៈកម្មការនៅក្នុងសហគមន៍របស់នាងខ្ញុំក៏ទិញម៉ាស៊ីនស្រូវដើម្បីលក់អង្ករបើយើងលក់ស្រូវយើងបានតាមមួយមុខបើយើងដេញដាក់ហូរម៉ាស៊ីនវាចំណេញពីកន្ទុកកញ្ចុងកាមក្នុងមួយខែយើងអាចលក់បានប្រហែលជា5-6លានលុយហើយយើងលក់អង្ករសរីរាង្គយើងនេះយើងមានលក់អង្ករពីរប្រភេទ មានរំដួលសនិងរំដួលក្រហមយើងមានកងត្រាលក់អង្ករចេញទៅខ្សែ NNN ជាបណ្ដាញការអង្ករធម្មជាតិ KOC ហើយបន្តមកទៀតយើងលក់ទៅអំរូរ៉ាយគឺអំរូរ៉ាយហ្នឹងគេតិចគេមកត្រួតពិនិត្យដល់សេរបស់ផងយើងតបមកបានគេយកទៅយើងទៅត្រួតពិនិត្យថាស្រូវយើងនឹងប្រកបជាសរីរាង្គមានសារធាតុសរីរាង្គពិតប្រាកដបានគេយកស្រូវយើងនឹងចេញទៅអំរូរ៉ាយគឺកំងក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំ50តោនគឺយើងផ្ដល់គាត់ឲ្យគ្រប់ទេយើងបានតែ23តោនទេតែឆ្នាំនេះយើងនឹងបង្កើនសមាជិកឲ្យបានច្រើនដើម្បីលក់ចេញឲ្យគ្រប់ចំនួននេះគេហើយយើងទូផ្គត់ផ្គង់នៅរោងម៉ាស៊ីនរបស់យើង ខ្ញុំលក់ចូលក្នុងសហគមន៍ក៏យកសូនអង្គហ្នឹងទៅលក់តទៅទៀតបានកម្រៃមកក៏បានចំណេញក្នុងសហគមន៍ហើយចែកជាភាគលាភដល់ខ្លួនខ្ញុំដែរការដែលឆ្នាំយើង2012ហ្នឹងហ៊ុនយើងមានតា10លាននេះតែមកដល់2018នេះវាឡើង38លាន80ម៉ឺនដោយសារសមាជិកគាត់មានទំនុកចិត្តលើយើងហើយពេលយើងធ្វើទៅវាឃើញជាផ្លែជាផ្កាហើយគាត់ចង់ចូលហើយការរកស៊ីរួមគ្នាជាសហគមន៍គឺវាមានភាពងាយស្រួលជាងរកស៊ីតែឯងមានមេគ្រប់គ្រងមានសមាជិកក្តោបក្តាប់អីចឹងយើងអាចដឹងព័ត៌មានពីខាងក្រៅអីបានច្រើនអញ្ចឹងឈ្មោះអត់ហ៊ានបង្អាប់ថ្លៃទេយើងផលិតស្រូវស្រីរៀងអញ្ចឹងយើងទទួលទិញស្រូវគាត់ថ្លៃឲ្យមានតម្លៃលើសអ្នកផលិតប្រើគីមីយ៉ាងហ្នឹងទៅធ្វើឲ្យគាត់សប្បាយចិត្ត មុនចូលក្នុងសហគមន៍ចាំមន់ខ្ញុំចេះតែលេងវាទៅពីទៅវាដើរទៅវាអត់គង់វាងាប់មុនចូលសហគមន៍ខ្ញុំដាំដែរតែអត់មានជោគជ័យអត់ចេះចែកទេត្រង់ថាសាប់ទីនឹងធ្វើមិនអីធ្វើមិនចឹងណាយើងការសហគមន៍គឺយើងចង់ឲ្យគាត់ធ្វើការងារថេរនៅលើបន្លែនិងមាន់វាផ្ដោតសំខាន់គឺយើងមកមានធ្វើសេរីរាង្គ ចឹងតំបន់យើងវត្តពុទ្ធដើមគឺសម្បូរតាំងពីចំណីមាន់អីអាលើមុខមាន់និងកាក់ពុកផុយរបស់ឈើនៅក្បែរផ្ទះយើងហ្នឹងគឺយើងធ្វើជីទៅ
យើងចូលសហគមន៍អញ្ចឹងទៅគេមកបដោះបដាលឲ្យយើងដាំដំណាំដាំអីចឹងណាយកពូជយកអីមកលក់ចឹងយើងទិញគាត់ទៅកាត់ម្ដងបាន50 60គីឡូដែរហ្នឹងបានកូនរៀនកូនអីចឹងណា
ដំបងគេជួយមេ20ក្បាលក្រោយមកទៅខ្ញុំរីកបាន50 60មេក្បាលឆ្នាំខ្ញុំលក់3ដង4ដងមួយខ្ញុំលក់បាន60ម៉ឺនអីចឹងទៅ
ជាទូទៅឥឡូវនេះគាត់លក់មានផែនការលក់របស់គាត់មួយខែទៅមួយខែគឺគាត់ធ្វើផែនការលក់វល់ជុំដើម្បីផ្គត់ផ្គង់មកទីផ្សារជាបន្លែយើងនាំទៅក្រុមហ៊ុន KOC យើងនាំទៅផ្សារគ្រួសារហើយសម្រាប់មាន់វិញគឺយើងនាំទៅក្រុមហ៊ុន KOC ដែរដែលយើងនាំទៅពេជ្រនិចកន្លងទៅនេះគឺការធ្វើមាន់របស់យើងវាអត់តាមតម្រូវការទីផ្សារទេព្រោះមាន់វាធំតូចចឹងទៅវាអត់បានខេវល់ជុំចឹងគឺបង្កើតទីផ្សារខ្លួនឯងនោះគឺយើងបង្កើតទីផ្សារអាំងដល់ខ្លួនឯងហើយបន្លែលក់ដល់ខ្លួនឯងអ្វីដែលសេសសល់ពីក្រុមហ៊ុនមិនត្រូវការគឺយើងយកមកលក់ខ្លួនយើងបាទគិតជាទូទៅបើសិនជាផ្សារមួយដែលយើងចាប់ផ្ដើមលក់រាល់ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃវា30ក្បាល
មានចិត្តត្រេកអរបានលុយបានកាក់ពីចាំមាន់
បណ្ដាញកសិករក្នុងធម្មជាតិមានសមាគមនិងសហគមន៍កសិកម្មហ្នឹង812ផ្ដោតលើកសិកម្មសរីរាង្គបំណងរបស់បណ្ដាញហ្នឹងទី1គឺបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលបច្ចេកទេសកសិកម្មទី2គឺបរិងសមត្ថភាពមេដឹកនាំសហគមន៍កសិកម្មហ្នឹងទី3គឺយើងជាបណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលតកតងនឹងធ្វើផែនការជំនួយអាជីវកម្មចឹងការគ្រប់គ្រងដល់គាត់ហ្នឹងគឺឲ្យកសិករហ្នឹងចេះរួបរวมគ្នាដាក់ទុនទិញផលិតផលរួមលក់រួមគ្រប់គ្រងរួមគឺធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យកសិករហ្នឹងខ្លាយទៅជាម្ចាស់ខ្លាយទៅជាកសិករនិករ
Okay, that wraps up our 10-minute break. I hope you enjoyed watching the video on the different enterprises of farmers from Cambodia, specifically members from Farmer and Nature Net. Before we proceed to the program, I'm requesting everyone to please turn on your video, especially if your internet connection is good so that we could still see. Yep, so I'm giving the floor back to Dario to proceed with the next
Thank
part.
you, Milene. Welcome back. So it was a good discussion. Let's pencil it in our mind and let's keep these comments and remarks, particularly from Esther, on the impacts of farming for our future elaboration of the business plan. One element that is for us in principle negative when preparing or presenting the business plan is the high uncertainty of farming. Because our activity, we know from experience that it involves a high degree of uncertainty because of the weather. We are exposed to weather which is affecting and impacting on our crops, animals. As part of weather, we have storms, we have drought. But then we also have the market, particularly no one in the agricultural market can influence it, or however big, because the market is too large and neither the large conglomerates of production can. Whilst we know the market is being more and more concentrated into less hands from the side of the demand, the growth of the supermarket chains, the development of the transnational, multinational companies in the agri-food sector. This is concentrating the demand much more than production can do. We have seen in the video the success story in Cambodia. We understood of this FNN with 812 cooperatives associated. That is a very strong initiative. The problem is worldwide. The uncertainty of agriculture related to market fluctuation. Also in Europe, has developed a strategy to implement a common market organization among the 27 countries and stimulating producer organizations as a way for the farmers to work together to concentrate and consolidate supply. But yet the results are good, but not enough, because the gap between offer and demand in terms of market power is increasing. And the monopoly that partially the great large retailing chains have developed is now presenting the bill to the suppliers, and the suppliers are more and more subject to their conditions. But from our side, particularly the side of small farmers, the market fluctuations are one of the major issues, and these are largely out of our control. We see solutions because what the farmers, the members of the cooperative that spoke in the video mentioned that through the cooperatives they had possibility to skip from the middleman loop, and that the market fluctuation are exactly because the value chain is, the supply chain is long, fragmented, and dominated by middlemen who lives by the day and follow the market daily trends, which might be negative for us. This is something that we should consider. Obviously, we want to be positive. We want our business plan to be considered positively. Therefore, we should answer in our business plan to the this uncertainty that we have, and tell the readers that we are, to the extent that we can, to the maximum possible extent, addressing and considering the uncertainties that we can find in our business, in our agricultural business activity. We are talking of the both sides, the market, mostly the economic, and the weather, or climate in general, say environment, even more general element of uncertainty for us. And therefore here you see we have already another roundtable discussion, because I'm very curious to see, having so many countries, the different views, the different perspectives, because we can see similarities and make comparison about among the different countries. Let me see if there are some comments. There is Jumer, perfect. Perfect. Yes, thank you, Jumer, for your point. I will copy and keep it in a separate document. Now,
yes,
what do you see as the main element of uncertainty in your conditions? And then we see how we can compare countries, we can find the similarities, differences according to the local conditions.
Yes, and maybe if I may add, Dario, to the participants. What do you think are the main issues and problems, that affect farming in your community? So these issues and problems cause some uncertainties or risks to farming, and it might be different from one community to another. So, Dario mentioned some issues and problems. Maybe it is similar with your case, but there might be some difference. Okay, so from the Philippines, again, we have from Mel. Farming has a big impact on our community because the people's needs for food depends on them. The problem is that until now, they do not have their own land to farm or lack of support services needed. So Mel or anyone from the Philippine team, maybe just 1 minute to just share and expound about the condition on land and lack of support service that you mentioned. Anyone, please take the floor.
Hi, Maylene. So that's the sharing.
проблема ошол сууга да мүмкүн.
Yeah, so I think
Muhammad from Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah. So Muhammad unmute himself. So Muhammad, let's go with Mel first and then you, okay?
Hello, Maylene. I can just make this quick.
Okay.
So that's the sharing from one of our young farmer, Maylene. So what are the conditions? Of course, Philippines is an agricultural country, but in our statistics, we have the slow distribution of land. So the case is majority of our farmers do not own their land. So majority are tenants. So that's the main problem. So if they want to make the enterprise in agriculture, of course, they need the land to till, to cultivate. Another one is, since they have the land, they need also the support services to make it productive. So that's the sharing of support services in terms of access to farm inputs, machineries, and of course, they can just be not just in production, but they can also be involved in the full value chain in agriculture and farming. So thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely right.
Yeah, and then next is Muhammad. So Muhammad, please unmute yourself, and for for the others, English speaking ones, please go to the English channel to hear the translation. Thank you. Go ahead.
Бизде биринчи эле проблема суу маселеси. Биз Кыргызстан деңиз деңгээлинен жогору жайгашкандыктан көпчүлүк поляларга, тегиз жерлерге суу жетиши кыйын болот. Государство жактан мындайча айтканда жардам жок деле да. Каналдарды жасаган, суулар келе турган. Кыскасы, убагында суу келбей калат көп эле учурда. Анан пока ушул эле го дейм.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Other countries with water problems. Oji, what is the situation in Mongolia? I'm very curious to know more about Mongolia, how they see this uncertainty of farming and also related to water.
So someone from Mongolia to share?
Yeah, there is Oji, for instance. Switched on the microphone.
Манай Монгол улсын хувьд болохоор нөгөө байгалийн эрдэс буюу одоо нөгөө нэг жилийн 4 удиралтай. Тэгээд тэрнээс болоод одоо нөгөө бэлчээрийн одоо халахлал тэгээд өвөл бол юм 100 торхны байдлаас болоод одоо хавар нь ер нь ган гачигтай байснаас болоод ер нь бүрс жоохон нэг тийм сэргэлт автай айгу муу. Бас манай дээр бас усны асуудалч бас биелдээ яг нөгөө нэг газар тариалан эрхлэхэд услгааны систем яг тийм гоё нарийн шийдэгдсэн юм байхгүй. Тэгээ манай асуудал бол тийм л.
I could not get the translation, unfortunately.
Yeah. Can our interpreter?
As to degradation, right? I understand what has increased. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think we also have one from CTCF. Tangkanat Nyupane, would you like to take the floor and explain what you wrote in the chat box? Tangkanat.
हामीले चाहिँ के अरे चियाको राम्रो मूल्य पाएको छैनौँ
I think your audio is not working. We cannot hear you. Hello?
बोल्दैछु के भइरहेछ
Am I the only one who cannot hear Tangkanat? I think he's speaking.
के अनम्युटै गरेर गरे ल सर
There. There.
सुन
Oh, am I the only one who cannot hear Tangkanat? Dario, can you hear him?
No. सर के अरे हाम्रो चाहिँ अब गुड प्राइस पाएको छैन हैन त्यसकारणले चाहिँ
There. I think it's better now.
हामी सर चन्द्र सर तपाईले उ गरेर भन्दिनु न हैन
Yes, I can hear you in the English channel.
Thank you. Thank you
Maybe
very much.
if I may ask Chandra, what is the reason why they cannot get the fair price? Because
Thank you.
thank you. We have one raised hand from Krishna. Krishna, are you raising your hand or? But you are in the. Krishna, I think since you're an interpreter, we cannot hear you. We
No.
have. So maybe if you could just type your question in the chat box or your response in the chat box.
Yes.
Good check. Okay, we have additional feedback from Nepal, from Binita. She said, our problem is lack of infrastructure and lack of finance for marketing. So do you want to expound on that, Binita? Binita? Hello?
No.
Okay, so maybe
Let's
the
there is a new
internet is not
message.
good on her end. And then from the Philippines again, Christina. From Christina, their initiative.
The fish pound.
Okay, no, I think from Jumer, sorry, because I am in an upland area or mountainous, our main problem is in our coconut farm is one, land tenureship. Our farm is located in a timberland or forest land, so we suffered uncertainty in cultivating. Number two, insurgency. Still in a problem in rural areas. It limits our farm activities. I think that's something unique that we heard right now. Third is no access, no farm to market road, no support of any government institution in marketing or post-harvest, and no financial support, etc. I think we had a lot of feedback from our participants, although I think they're more comfortable to write it in the chat box, Dario.
Yes, yeah, yes. Yes,
You're
thank you,
muted.
thank you very much. So very good
Are you
feedback. I
muted? We
agree.
cannot hear you.
You cannot. No. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It is on.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it
don't know
should
what's
function.
happening. I cannot hear. Maybe it's me.
I can hear you quite well, Dario.
Can you? Yes. Thank you very much. There is a noise coming back. Now it is over. So you see, the difficulties that we recognize first. And this should be clear for us when preparing a business plan. Those who have already made a business plan have definitely faced these difficulties, because our request of money with the business plan, basically we are there to ask for funds for funding our initiative. Like someone said, we don't have funds for marketing. That might be a working capital that we need, or might be money for an investment, a physical investment. It depends. But definitely we will have in front of us someone who is suspicious on our activities, because we recognize the uncertainty, we recognize the problem that we have. And therefore, when preparing the business plan, we should keep this in mind and be ready to say, give assurance as much as possible that we are addressing those constraints. And the major constraint at the end that we saw from the chat is about market. And therefore, having market solutions to mitigate the market uncertainty, the market fluctuations is positive. For instance, we see in the chat now very briefly, but I mentioned, someone is mentioning value chain. Establishing value chain, meaning with the aim of raising our position, our role in the value chain, is something that can help us to be more effective with our business plan and to have more chances that our business plan is accepted and approved. Once more, the experience of the cooperative in the video was perfect, because they showed that through the joint work in a cooperative, they can have much better access to the market, and this is it's extremely significant, meaning that a business plan of a cooperative is definitely more attractive for those who have to fund. The business plan of a farmer who is member of a cooperative is probably more attractive than a small individual farmer working alone. They said working in cooperatives is much better and gives me much more power than working alone. So these are some of the, say, preparation elements that we should consider in our business plan preparation. So thank you very much for the insight, and now we go to share the screen once more. Let me do that now. Yeah, and we go to the next slide. Considering now, focusing on the assets that we have in farming. We have several, like the farmland, and we heard about the problems they have in the Philippines because they are just tenants and not owners of the land. This is completely changing our position in preparing a business plan, because if we own the land, we are much stronger than if we are only, I say only, in terms of financial reliability of tenants of the land. So this is something that is extremely relevant for us, and we covered it quite well with the Philippine example. And then we have the agrarian capital, the livestock, the machinery, the equipment. Then we have we might have premises, then technical inputs and natural inputs like water, and then as an asset we have labor and management. All this is, the term is profiling our activity and giving our activity more or less capacity of being interesting for a financial institution. Not only the farm ownership, which is extremely extremely important. But all this is extremely important. And if we talk about labor management, we talk not only about the quantity, but also about the capacity as a whole, considering the competence, the knowledge that we have. These are assets, tangible assets that we must strongly consider and be able to show in our business plan. We mentioned already something about assets and the access to assets, but let's make a short. We can shorten this discussion at this stage because we touched some of them. But I wish to hear also some specific on this. And
Yes.
look at the question that Milene posed in the chat, because this is very is what you should consider to intervene in this roundtable discussion.
Yes, thank you very much, Dario. So in the last discussion, we talked about what the problems are, what the challenges are. Now, the question is, what are the existing resources or assets, as Dario mentioned, that currently exist in your community that you think you can use in your farm or enterprise? So I know that there are many challenges, there are many limited availability of resources, but as of now, what are the resources that you currently have that you think you could leverage or you could use further in your farm or in your upcoming enterprise? So we have a response from India. They said they have a processing machine. What type of processing machine is this, Krishna? For which crop? Maybe you could also add in the chat box. That would be good. While Krishna is adding that, I want to hear from our colleagues from Lao. I haven't heard their voices yet. So anyone from Lao who wants to share? Anyone? Anyone from Laos or Bangladesh? Don't be shy.
สวัสดีข้าพเจ้าชื่อนางเตยเนาะจากสปป.ลาวเนาะมีความคิดความเห็นอยากจะมาแลกเปลี่ยนน้ำน้อยหนึงก็บ่หลายเนาะคือทรัพย์สินข้าพเจ้านี่แม่นปัจจุบันข้าพเจ้าเลี้ยงหมูเนาะเลี้ยงหมูได้ทุนจากโครงการทรัพย์สินของข้าพเจ้าก็คือว่ามีพื้นที่มีที่ดินที่ว่าเป็นของพ่อแม่หรือว่าเป็นของตัวเองเนาะแล้วทรัพยากรก็คือมีต้นกล้วยที่ว่าหลากหลายนั้นเป็นทรัพยากรที่ว่าอยู่อ้อมค้างของบ้านของข้าพเจ้าเลยที่ว่านำเอาทรัพยากรนั้นมาเฮ็ดเป็นหัวอาหารหมักเพื่อหมูเนาะแล้วสามารถลดผ่อนต้นทุนได้หลายมันเป็นทรัพยากรที่ว่าให้เว้านั่นใดเนาะบ้านของข้าพเจ้านี่มันเป็นบ้านที่อุดมสมบูรณ์ไปทุกอย่างเกี่ยวกับทรัพยากรบ่ว่าสิเป็นป่าไม้บ่บ้านข้าพเจ้านี่สิมีกิจกรรมรักษาป่าไม้และรักษาสัตว์เลี้ยงรักษาสิ่งแวดล้อมรักษาแหล่งน้ำธรรมชาติทุกอย่างบ้านของข้าพเจ้าระเบียบที่รักษาแบบนี้เนาะบ่ว่าสิเป็นพืชผักหรือว่าป่าไม้ที่อุดมสมบูรณ์ทุกอย่างสิเป็นแหล่งน้ำบ้านของข้าพเจ้าก็สิมีแผนรักษาสัตว์อยู่ในน้ำและทุกๆปีก็สิมีการปล่อยปลาอยู่ในท้องน้ำและรักษาป่าไม้ปัจจุบันนี้บ้านของข้าพเจ้าก็ วางแผนสกัดใน
আমি
การ
তো আমাদের
ทาง
ইয়েটা
ป่าเฮ็ด
ক্যান্সেল
ให้
হয়েছে
บ่
নাকি?
หรือว่าสิเป็นการจูดป่าซา
আমাদের
ซาย
তাহলে
เนาะอัน
কথা
นี้
বলার
ก็
ইয়ে সময়টা কি পার হয়ে গেছে?
มีความคิดเห็นซำนี้เนาะก็ขอบใจ
Thank you very much for the very meaningful contribution
Thank
from
you.
our
Thank
colleague
you.
from Laos.
Thank you.
I'm curious. I think the speaker is a female, right? So she didn't have. So in Laos, there is no difficulty for women to inherit land for farming.
โดย บ่มีปัญหาเลยนะนี่เพราะว่าสภาพของการเท่าเทียมอันบทบาทหญิงชายเสมอภาพกันเดี๋ยวนี้บ่มีปัญหาในการออกสิทธิ์ออกเสียงหรือว่าการนำใช้ที่ดินในเสมอภาพระหว่างหญิงและชายบ่ว่าสิเป็นเรื่องการคุ้มครองบ่หรือว่าการนำใช้ที่ดินหรือว่าการออกความคิดความเห็นอีหยังต่างๆระหว่างหญิงกับชายแม่นบ่แม่นเท่าเทียมกันแล้วปัจจุบัน
That's good
Thank
to
you.
hear.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good. Any other comments?
From Kyrgyzstan, Dario, I'm interested to hear. I think they haven't spoken yet.
Yes. Yes, I am interested as well. From Kyrgyzstan. What is the situation there? A country that comes from a different recent history of the Soviet Union. What do we have? What is the situation with land, for instance? Yes, they cannot hear well. Yeah, he can. He can, Muhammad.
Bizde деле айырмасы жок, аял киши болсо деле эркек кишилик болсо деле журмагы болуп өзүнүн бизде демократията ар ким каалагандай дегендей аял киши деле ферма ачыш бизге эмне хоткалар кайсылар например бизге деле Европа жактагы мындай породистый жакшы уйлар букалары келсе бизге деле жакшы да бизде максимум 15 литр сүт берсе алардыкы средний 25-30 да мындайча айтканда а биздики аз аларда көп бул деле бир бизнестин бир жолу болуш керек анан бизде андай нерселерге көбүнчө финансы жактан деле жетиш кыйын болот да ошо.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, land definitely is relevant, and we have seen different situations. The ownership of land is important when we present, prepare, and submit a business plan. Probably someone mentioned very important and I cannot see who said, but the issue of the competence on the knowledge, the market knowledge and competence on marketing. That is another important element, because showing the capacity of interacting with the market, with the customers, even the consumers, is a good point. We will talk more on that in future when we touch the customer focus and the market. But definitely, competence, knowledge, or market knowledge is an asset, tangible, but a real asset that we should of which we should give evidence in our business plan. So thank you very much for the contribution. I will save the chat before we finish today, and therefore I will elaborate more for the next session next week. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next slide, because it is about the implications of farming. So we meaning that in our activities we should consider how we use and how we care. It is clear. It's clear to you because of experience. It is clear to you because the strategy that we are developing in our business planning, but showing that we use assets and we care of assets like soil, like irrigation, the livestock, all the facilities, equipment, premises that we have. In this case, regardless we own or we are using them as tenant. Using and caring is an important element to show that the impact somehow and the implications of our farming activities are positive. That's something that they will look when reading, when considering our business plan. And this comes from the competence, from the knowledge, from our capacity to make our farming better or worse. That is, and therefore training is important to show. Education as well are important. So these are all elements that we should present in our and consider when preparing our business plan. One thing that we covered mostly this discussion, because you contributed quite well previously. So probably, if Milene, if you agree, I would skip it for this moment, and we can go, because we have we have time. But let's move forward to the next, because now I want to introduce a concept that I really wish you to focus on, which is the concept of locality. Let's start familiarize with the concept of locality, which this organization that I just put the logo there, and is mentioning the power of community. So what is locality, and what do I refer to when talking of locality? Basically, the fact that our farming activity is strictly linked to a place, to a single place. We cannot move. That might be a disadvantage, but it is also an advantage, because we know very well who we are and where we are and what we know it perfectly. That is an asset, that is an advantage. Obviously, we don't have flexibility. If the market goes for a certain product that we cannot produce in our conditions, we will never be able to produce. But yes, we have to focus on who we are and what we are and where we are. That is the main concept of the of locality with its implications, which are the social implications, because we have naturally mutual relations with the local community. So we are part of the community. That is rather usual, normal. The environmental implication. We saw it already, the interconnection between the farming activity, farming and the environment. And we are a part of that environment. Our activities have an effect on the environment, and they receive an environment, an impact from the environment. So we have a two-way link between our farming and the environment. And we can claim that we protect, we conserve the local environment. If we want, we do that. Then we have an economic implication, because, as I mentioned before, we are tied to that environment. We cannot produce what is not allowed by the local conditions, but that is a strength because we are the owners of the local production. We know about that. We have the history, the tradition, the competence to do that, and therefore this can become a unique value proposition, a unique sales proposition. The concept of geographical indication, for instance, are an evident result of this strengthening of the locality and the use of locality to make ourselves somehow unique. And last but not least, because it is important, the institutional implication, because being local, we also have a strong, or we might have a strong connection with the local institution. This is definitely welcome. Therefore, through locality, we might profile the best agripreneur with positive, brilliant, effective social implications, environmental implications, or say better, social relations, environmental linkages, institutional relations, and economic implications. So locality, which is one of my major recent areas of study, as one of the elements that I wish in our business plan to pop up, to be evident to those who are reading, to remind them that, listen, we are local, and being local, we have these advantages, which might be social, environmental, economic, and institutional. That is a great way to increase the attention of those who have to scrutinize our business plan on who we are, on ourselves. And now we go to the next slide. You already can guess what it will be about. It is your view on this locality. How do you see that? How have you experienced the locality, positively or negatively, in your activities, and what can locality bring to you more? All considering the entire discussion that we had so far. Let's try to make a step forward on this, please. And you have the question there from me.
Yes, maybe also to help the participants answer this question, maybe you could start with how can you describe your locality in terms of the environment, in terms of the social conditions, the economic conditions of the area, And then after you describe your locality, how do you think those environmental, social, and economic conditions affect your farm or your enterprise in a positive and in a negative way?
Perfect. Thank you very much. Absolutely right. The description is the starting point, because you see, and you will see, that locality is not so strong everywhere. There is strong locality in some places, but much less in others. So please, let's follow Milin's suggestion and address it in this way. So,
this is a difficult question, Dario. Maybe we give them 30 seconds to...
No, it is not. It is not difficult. Say, let's. I would ask a question to Nepal, for instance. What do you see local in your farming activity? Or say it better, how would you describe this local, and how would you see your farming activity be somehow unique or different from other? What might be an element of differentiations of your farming activity? Talking about yours, talking about the community where you are, talking about even Nepal, if you can provide us with a more general. Let's start there, because I'm very curious about this country and what its agriculture can offer.
Maybe Nepal can also tell us what makes their tea different from other tea. They are members of Central Tea Cooperative Federation. What makes your tea different from other tea?
Absolutely. Let's listen to them. We have Binita, Asmita, Rabirai, Shankanath. We have Sadara from Nepal. Sudip. So who wants to say something about your situation, your farming activities in your situation, about this concept of locality, and that think on how you can use it in your planning. No response.
Our tea is organic and a small farmer product in small field. It is good for health, etc.
I lost the first part, unfortunately. I could not hear well. I understood good for health, but I could not understand what, unfortunately, because I could not hear well. It was disturbed.
Maybe, okay. Maybe too clear. Like, for example, if I am in the market, I'm buying tea. Why will I buy CTCF Nepal tea? And why not India tea, or why not China tea? What is why? What is good there in Nepal that makes me that makes me buy Nepal tea? I think that is the question of Dario.
Oh, absolutely. That is the real point. That's the real point. Tea is a worldwide commodity, say, or kind of merchandise. Nepal tea, and your tea particularly, why is through the locality concept can be different from other? Can be, that is the first question that we have to ask. When you answer yes to this question, if we can do, that is a very good step forward, and then we have to elaborate. So let's follow Esther and go ahead with that.
Nepalese tea, we do not use a chemical. It is only farming in organic. So you buy from the tea in Nepal.
Yes. Yes, organic is a way of differentiation. It is rather common, but yes, we can link organic to environment, to good social ethical practices. It is something that we can associate to our locality in terms of mutual benefits. Thank you. That is a good point.
Dario, we have a response from Vietnam in the comment box, but it's in Vietnamese.
Yes.
Maybe our Vietnamese interpreter can.
Yes, can briefly summarize, because it is. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, that is, social conditions can be positively, stable, good social condition. That is an element of locality that we can use to make our offer and our business plan attractive, to have in our conditions. Good social environment is definitely an advantage that we can use, as well as the capacity. So that as part of the locality, we have, for different reasons that we can explain, this willingness and opportunity for farmers to learn organic condition. We touch already organic, therefore nothing much more to add, but saying that yes, organic, and when we have the conditions for organic, we can elaborate more on our locality in terms of the technology, in terms of economy, in terms of environment, proposition. Perfect. Thank you very much. Jumer is stressing the importance, which is negative, obviously, of security. That is a serious issue that we might have, and this is one of the problems of locality. We are exposed because we are always there. And therefore we need additional costs. So this is evidently a negative element because it distracts resources. We have to use resources for fences, as he's saying, and this is unfortunately not a good element for us. So in our business plan, we should see how to consider it and how to present it in the best possible way, not to create problems for our business plan proposition. Now we have mushrooms here. No, that is a positive element of the health benefits of eating mushroom, which is a general advantage of mushroom. We could see whether our locality can add more. For instance, we might have in our cultivation, because of our locality, we might have additional nutritional benefits or nutritional contents in our mushrooms. That's a possibility, but the general point is good. So seeing how locality and nutritional organoleptical values of our product can be linked, if there is any. Sometimes there is not, but sometimes, many times, we have a positive relation between the locality, the conditions where we cultivate, and the features, the traits of our product in terms of, for instance, nutritional contents or organoleptical contents. That is something that we should work on as a point of strength. I see Esther hand raised.
Yes, I see that, Dario, you are stressing locality as one thing that we should be considering when we plan an enterprise. No, what is in your area, and I think that is very important because we do not want our sources of enterprise, of business, to come from others. So maybe just an example, I know, for example, that Jumer is in Bicol in the Philippines, and Bicol is famous for pili. It's a kind of special nut, pili nut. And why is pili abundant in the Bicol region? It is because Mayon volcano is there. Mayon volcano that erupts every 10 years. So that soil is of volcanic soil, so it's very healthy and it's very good for pili. So that's why we can make enterprise out of pili, because it's abundant in the area. So something like that. So in the Visayas, we know, for example, mangoes, and we say the mangoes from Guimaras Island is the best, because I don't know what is in Guimaras Island that makes it produce the best mangoes. So that is why we call locality is important. If you say in Thailand they have so many decades ago, they have this, that what they call one tambon, one product, like one province, one product. So the farmers there look at what kind of crop grows well in their province, because maybe of the soil, maybe because of the weather. So, and then they will develop that product so that they can earn income from all the value addition and the processing of that product. So that's why it's very important to know your locality. Maybe in the farm of in the farm of Gemaline, she grows mushroom. You know, we have a farm in Antipolo, and we have tried to grow mushroom thrice, but we cannot grow it. maybe you can grow it because your soil is suited and your climate is suited to growing mushroom. In our in our farm, we cannot grow mushroom because we have so many termites, and they eat the mushroom seedlings. These termites eat our mushroom seedlings. So something like that. Locality will be important in planning your enterprise. That is why we need to know, each one of you would need to know what is there in your locality, what are the opportunities, as well as what are the challenges. Because, for example, in your locality, you may want to have frozen milk. You are in the upland area, you can raise goat, you can get goat milk, but if you don't have good road, you will not earn a business out of frozen milk, no? Because it takes the processing requires that you give it, really freeze it at once. If your locality does not have electricity, for example, you cannot do any frozen product because you don't have that. You don't have the necessary electricity or electrical power to use it. So that's why it is very, very important to know the opportunity there, the good thing in your locality, as well as the challenge there in your locality.
Thank you very much, Esther. Thank you very much. Yes, that is the summary of this section on locality. Keep it in mind. Keep it as a point of strength of us. Obviously, we saw also security, for instance, or climatic conditions, the negative or not good sides of locality. But please keep it in mind and try to stress the positive the positive elements of locality. We move to the next. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And now a short point on the mediators of food. Let's see. Let's look at food and look at how food through the food chains get to the consumer. So let's consider ourselves also as consumers. The food that we have is there, and we receive it to the food chains because there are three mediators, which are the policies, the market, and the technology. So when we address a business plan as a general framework of our business planning, we should consider that whatever we are doing is influenced by the policies, the market, and the technology, because our food products become the final food products because of the influences of the policies, the market, and the technology. This is what makes the food chain working, allow the food chain working, and make the food become real on our tables. Because if there are different policies, different market conditions, different technologies, obviously the food offer that we might access is changing completely, and is changing completely. I was looking at that. Very briefly here, please, to the point, the food mediator. How do you see that? How do you experiment the food mediator in your condition? Do you see market? We said already, we had many comments on market that is affecting our activities and is influencing the transferring of food throughout the chain. But we have policies, we have technology as well there. Do you see that? Do you see policies and technologies as relevant? Well, technology, we had various comments on that. But what would you add on this? We look at the question that Milene has made and has published in the chat, please.
Yes, thank you, Dario. So for the participants, I think we could start with what your experience is. So what were the specific policies, market issues, or technology issues that have affected your farm or your enterprise?
Good point. Exactly. Let's see.
I think
Can I give an example?
okay, go ahead.
Maybe examples will help in thinking. For example, again in the Philippines, I know, no, because what I know is the Philippines. For example, in the Philippines, the Department of Agriculture said, divided the provinces already. This province will grow this one. This province will grow this one. So this province will grow cacao. This province will grow pineapple. This province will grow what? And because of this division, then the Department of Agriculture at the local level started to give seedlings to the farmers, started to give training to the farmers, started to give loans to the farmers to start cacao farming, for example, or rubber farming, for example, or pineapple farming. So it's the policy, the program of the government that has somehow dictated or compelled or encouraged the farmer to plant this kind of crop. So maybe in your locality, in your town, in your province, you have this kind of programs and policies also that help you decide what kind of activity or what kind of business you can do.
Thank you very much. Very good example. Let's listen briefly to the participants before I give my short comment on that, please.
Yeah, maybe someone from Myanmar. I think we haven't heard from
yes,
them.
we did not hear much from Myanmar so far. So please tell us something.
But I think some of them have been disconnected. Kozao is raising his hand. Please go ahead, unmute yourself. Or is that accidental?
Hello.
Go ahead.
I can hear.
Sorry. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear
yes.
now.
Yes, because of the translator of Myanmar was immediately problem. Yes, his uncle immediately time. So yeah, he ran out from the Zoom meeting. So yeah, so tomorrow, sorry, the next session. So we will discuss on these topics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think what the participant was saying is that the interpreter for Myanmar, well, the grandmother of the interpreter from Myanmar just died several hours ago. So they do not have an interpreter right now. And the idea is that their coordinator will rediscuss this session to the participants tomorrow. So she's saying that they're not in the position to answer the question as of the moment. So
very sorry, very sad.
Yes, so I'm also not good English well, so yeah, so yes, I'm not also. So yeah, so tomorrow, sorry, the next session, so the translator will discuss on our topics. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we choose another country. Yeah, I think from India they were saying MSP rate registration because now farmer does not want to register in MSP rate because they get more price from other wholesaler and APMC market. Yeah, Krishna, would you mind mentioning what MSP and APMC means? Anyone else who would like to share?
Market selling price the government give. Yes, we understood. Yes, that is a fixed or a price set by the government. That is interesting. Let me comment, because if we look at the three mediators, we see that policy and market are in some cases conflicting, because policies often, or in this case for sure, they are affecting the market. Let's start from two extreme situations: complete planned food supply, and complete free market. We have seen that both are probably too heavy to function properly, and probably the situation is in between, with a good public market surveillance and the free market that functions under serious functional rules. So the complete free market is not a good solution. Probably neither the full planning of production is as the experiences have shown in the last century, particularly. And that is something that we should consider. And when making our plan, business plan, we should address that. We should consider whether we are working in a situation, in a framework where the policy mediator is leading, or the market mediator is leading, because our solutions will be different. If we are in a planned situation, more planned situation than in a full free market situation. We have seen in the chat many comments that stress the difficulties that we as small farmers have in the free market conditions, because we are small, because we know there is no need to repeat. And therefore, this is something that we should analyze, and how these the impact that these two mediators, now we're talking particularly on policy and market, are posing on our business, and ensure that we know what the impacts are, what the effects are, specifically the effects on our business, how we wish to address them. This should be reflected in the business plan. Next week we will see, in the next lesson, in the next lecture, we will see the tools that we have to analyze the context, how to. But in terms of the concepts, this is very, very, very important that we keep in mind. And we look at the policy, we look at the market, we look at the technology. The access to technology is something that has been touched in many interventions before, and that is making our life easier or worse according, or more difficult according to the capacity and the possibility to access the right technology. Good. I will stop here and go to the next session, which is to introduce this concept of subsistence and commercial farming, which depends on several elements related, for instance, to the size of the farm. Commercial farming usually requires a certain size of the farm, the use of machinery, and we know that the use of machinery is impacting on the labor, and therefore the connection between the modernization of agriculture, mechanization of agriculture, and labor should be considered. Why subsistence farming is very local, fully local, I would say. Commercial farming remains local, but starts developing more relations. And therefore, this locality, which is very protected somehow in the subsistence farming, becomes much more exposed to external influences and start being requested to address external context, which the subsistence farming is usually not. So there is a big difference between the two concepts. And we have seen in the experience, Pauline as well was mentioning this concept, that the conversion from traditional agriculture to non-traditional agriculture, for instance, for export, might have negative impacts, and in many cases turned into a failure, because the price fluctuation are in the market economy, not in the subsistence farmer, because price is not the main issue. The barriers to entry credit. We are here to talk about business planning during these days, and because we have difficulties to access finance, and finance is necessary. Funds are necessary for commercial agriculture, for moving from traditional to non-traditional agriculture, because technology is necessary, different knowledge is necessary, and we have to replace the traditional knowledge with different knowledge, where, for instance, quality control becomes a barrier. I'm working much on how the quality standards are de facto a trade barrier to small farmers to enter the markets. The globalization gives enormous importance to standards, but standards for small farmers, particularly those coming from traditional agriculture, are a big barrier to enter the markets. And then, last but not least, in this case, definitely the environmental implication of traditional agriculture, in terms of higher inputs need and the pesticide, the use of pesticide or chemical in general. Now, organic is becoming more and more popular, but the green revolution that also Esther mentioned, and the subsequent evolution has created a number of problems to locality, for instance, and to traditional agriculture. And we see now something that we touch. Now we see some figures regarding banana. What is happening in the banana chain? It's happening that the majority of the value of the banana is taken by the retailers. In this analysis is 40%, by the traders 31%, and by the technological partners, like those who are ripening and distributing the banana. Overall, the owner of the plantation, the primary producer, gets 10% of the value. So if we pay $1 a banana, according to this analysis, which is not far from the reality, 10% only goes to the producer. So this chain is dominated in terms of capturing the value of the final product, is dominated by the downstream stages of the chain, in particular the traders. The supermarkets and middle traders get 70% of the entire value of the banana, leaving the remaining to the other, those who are more in the technology. I don't say more on that because we will have a special slide on this concept, but I want to show that the situation is not that very different in apple, for instance, produced in Italy, like in this case. This analysis is quite old, it is 2009, but it helps to show you the difficulties that the growers can have to have a strong share, to get a strong share of the product. But in this case, you see, out of 2 euro, the grower is getting 68, therefore approximately 34%, which is much more than the 10% of the banana. This happens because of the value of locality. This is a geographical indication product, and because of the organization. This apple is sold by a strong group of cooperatives of Northern Italy. This is the province where I come from, chance from Italy. So there is a difference. There might be a difference, but in any case, I mentioned at the beginning that we are still, regardless we are big, we are weaker than the big players in the market. You see here, the supermarket is getting more than the grower, although the grower is strongly, fully organized. So the power of retail is clear in all chains, extremely in the banana chain, less in this in this example, because the locality has worked to reduce the commodity profile of the apple in comparison to banana. The banana is more commodity than the apple. The apple is more local. The apple has a brand. Someone who has know about branding. So this is helping the farmers to get more. Here we have a short description of the subsistence and commercial agriculture. I won't spend more time, but to say about the knowledge, and that the subsistence is related to and based on the traditional knowledge. The commercial agriculture is based on the technological knowledge, and therefore we go to the food mediators. The food mediators are not relevant or that very relevant for the subsistence agriculture, although they are. But yes, they are very relevant for the commercial agriculture, and technology is becoming an issue, much more than for the subsistence agriculture. And technology, you know, the mistakes of several international programs, giving technology to farmers, to small farmers, but not preparing them to use it properly. So the technology is something that must be used, and therefore the technological knowledge is one of the essential elements that we have ahead of us. Preparing a business plan, we should be able to prove that we have the appropriate technological knowledge, depending on what we are doing, depending on what our business plan is about. We mentioned the rice cultivation in the chat, for instance. We mentioned cinnamon. So, do you have the right technological knowledge to produce and sell good cinnamon to the market? That is something that we should definitely prove. Apart from the assets, the physical assets of it, but we need something also intangible, which is the technological, the knowledge. And therefore, we can profile a commercial agripreneur, so to see whether we have this profile that can help us to be reliable, effective, particularly when presenting our business plan. The land, we talked a lot about the ownership of land, the market orientation, the registration of the business, the bank account, the knowledge, the competence, the capacity to expand. Obviously, who will read our business plan, who will be interested now and in the future. And usually in the business plan, we present a projection of our business, and we show, or we should show, our capacity to expand our business as much as necessary, as long as necessary. Obviously, with the limitations of locality, with limitation of land use, but to show that we have a vision and we want to expand our business. That is the trait of the commercial agripreneur. Different is the subsistence farmer, which is producing for the family, and therefore the expansion is related to the expansion of the family in case, but not to a market or to a commercial purpose. And then now introduce another concept that is important, because subsistence means multi-cropping, means producing a wider assortment of products. Then, of course, we can bargain with others, we can barter with others the products to boost our assortment. But in principle, the commercial farming is more for specialization, and therefore we focus on what we can do perfectly, better, and where we have the right skills, the right technology, the right knowledge. So specialization, with all the positive side, but also the negative side that we know, like monocultivation, monocropping, and the impacts on the environment, is one of the elements that we should consider in our general overview of business planning. Are we specialists in what we are doing or not? For someone who has to lend us money, being a specialist is definitely more attractive than if we are not. And we are specialists because of the local conditions and because our competence, our knowledge, our intangible assets. How to develop specialization? Esther mentioned the one village, one product model. This is a way of clustering. The technical assistance is obviously helping us to specialize. Microcredit, credit in general, but microcredit is helping us to specialize. And very important, having the right knowledge, and therefore the access to knowledge to be specialists is important. The Farmer Field School, in terms of technical assistance, is one of the good tools that we might have in our hands to say pursue this objective of specialization. I'm not here now to say that we have to step into monocropping. That must be always done, the specialization in terms of a sustainable management of our farm, of our land. Therefore, with a balanced approach. It is not that we cancel everything and we go for a monocropping at once, because the monocropping has got the risk that we already know, that we have seen, that we have in our experience. And therefore, let's talk now about specialization strategies. What can you see in your situation about specialization? Very briefly, because unfortunately we are running out of time. I thank you very much for all the contributions, and we have still some important topics to discuss. But try briefly to talk about the specialization. Milene will probably put a question for you. It was 15 minutes, but let's keep it very short, because then we have a couple of important slides to discuss.
Yes, so I was thinking to help the participants, maybe they could answer what they think they can do to differentiate or specialize their farm or enterprise. What do you think? Is that?
Yes. No. Specialization, right, Milene, might be an element of differentiation. Absolutely. Yeah. If we all produce everything, we are all the same. But if I specialize in some crops, you specialize in others, we are starting a differentiation process, which is related to locality, and we can elaborate on that, as Esther said in her intervention before, in her speech before. So let's see, specialization. Where can I see? For example, Mongolia is probably a country of specialization because the harsh climatic conditions are not allowing for. I expect. I have never been, unfortunately, in Mongolia, and I wish to be, but I would expect that their specialization is almost a must. What, in which way, Oji, for instance, would you address specialization in there? Oji, switch on the microphone if you want to talk. I can see you, but
Who would like to answer the question? What can you do to specialize, or what do you think are the specialization strategies that you could use in your farm or in your enterprise? Just one or two responses from the group.
Yeah, Oji, please.
Миний бодлоор ямар санаалгүй. За миний бодлоор болохоор ноолуур одоо манай Монгол орны хувьд одоо эрсдэс уур амьсгалтай хамгийн гоё ноолуур гардаг орн бол манай Монгол орн байгаа. Тэгээд яг нөгөө төрийн бодлогын алдаанаас болоод манай Монгол улс өөрийнхөө нэрээр гадаад цэцэл гаргаж чаддгүй. Одоо манай нөгөө бодлого дутууг их байгаа. Түүнээс ч бодлого дээр үнэхээр анхаараа явсан байсан бол манай Монгол улсын ноолуур бүр үнэхээр одоо энэ дэлхийн зах зээл дээр хамгийн нарийн хамгийн бат бөх чанартай нарийн микроб багтай ноолуур шиг манай Монгол улсын ноолуур байгаа байхгүй юу? Уул нь бол. Та өөрөө яаж би бүр сая
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oji. That is a very good point, where we see a kind of locality that is favoring a very typical high quality product. Absolutely. Then Jumer is presenting an experience of integration of the chain for the non-timber forest products, production, processing, and promotion. That is another way, soft ways, organizational way of boosting specialization. And then Nepal, Asmita is talking about the marketing strategy. Absolutely, that is specialization is something which comes from production, but also from the marketing. So we can play on our sales proposition in the marketing stage to specialize ourselves. Absolutely correct. That is another important tool that we have, our marketing capacity, our marketing skills. And Asmita is mentioning some actions, some tools like advertising and public relations, marketing communication, where we can use our, we say, increase our level of the value of our specialization. We don't increase exactly our specialization, but yes, we increase the value of our specialization. Diversification of market, are saying from Pakistan is saying, perfect. The culture, yes, therefore products with return of investment in diversified market. All these are good, are very good points. So I like very much. Thank you also for the contribution to about the cashmere as a typical product that can be say sold better because of the specialization we have in production. A few years ago, I was in Kazakhstan. I thought we don't have anyone from Kazakhstan here, but there with wheat, with the wool as well, we had very good ways of apples specializing, and that there was one point which is cluster. Clustering is a good strategy. The Kashmir cluster is definitely an idea. In other regions like the wheat in Kazakhstan, but the wool and the apple cluster are also there good solutions to increase the level of specialization. And you know, cluster is a quite advanced, sophisticated model that we can use to include the small farmers into successful chains, value chains. So good, very good, good discussion. Thank you very much. Let me go to the next, if I can. Here, this is a slide that is essential now because this is summarizing the majority of what we said. Now, don't be scared of the bubbles there. I will explain you. What does it say? It says that the value added, which is the vertical line, is higher, and we look at the horizontal lines, which says the stages of production, pre-production, pure production, and post-production. The value added is higher in the pre-production and in post-production, where the intangible activities are. Intangible activities of pre-production are research and development, are design, are the design of the identity, are the preparation of branding, are the knowledge of consumers. These are intangible pre-production activities. This is giving more value, as well as if we look at the post-production, the brand, the branding, the marketing, the services, like for instance, the post-sales services, the assistance to the customers, distributions as well, are giving more value to the product. Whilst production, where we usually are a small producer, is the one that is giving the less value. And you have seen that in the banana chain. Where was the value? In the branding and in the distribution, in the marketing. That was the 90% almost of the value, or say 75% of the value. The technology, the ripening, and the production were 25%, not more. Similar in the apple, but more. Why? The grower was taking more there, because part of the intangible activities were incorporated in the activities of the cooperatives, for instance, branding and communication, marketing. Jumer said that we want to develop marketing activities. That is excellent. That is a very good solution for us as small farmers to increase the value that we can receive from our production activities. Say better, not focusing only on the pure production, but looking before and afterwards to intangible activities. And regarding pure production, considering grouping, because the added value will be higher if we make the pure production with others because of economy of scale, because of possibility of mechanization, because of the possibility of better technology and therefore perhaps higher quality, then we do that alone. Once more, through the groups, we can specialize more, for instance. I call this curve the smile curve, because you see it looks like a smile starting high, pre-production intangible activities, ending up high, post-production intangible activities, and being at the lowest point in the production tangible activities. This is a summary of what we have mentioned so far. And in this slide, we can introduce the concept of elevation of the small farmers, which is our task of this day. Today, basically, we have discussed how small farmers can elevate their condition, their situation. And there are many elements that can help, particularly looking at the slide before and the smile curve. The main issue is to enable the farmers to get higher added value, to capture more added value, which comes from practical basic elements like reducing post-harvest losses. We produce the same, but we sell more because we reduce the losses, and because we can have a more a position of the farmer closer to the demand, in understanding the demand in pre-production and in post-production as an intangible activity in our market, branding, communication activities. All this is helping to elevate our small agripreneurs and help them get more value, because this is what we want to achieve. Our business plan will support our sales proposition, our value proposition. So our value proposition, the way we want to get value from our activities, will be central, essential in our business plan. Here it is as a slide that I got from a study on how to empower the farmers. Specialization, we said, market awareness, and therefore the control over price decision. The market is one of the three mediators of food. Often we said that we are out from the market price formation. Market price is formed by the middleman, by the trader, by the buyers. This is something that we should change, and we should look at how to change. Grouping is one of the ways to do that. The difference between the banana chain, very concentrated in multinational companies that set the price, and the apple chain, where the growers can stick into big groups and through that increase their capacity of controlling the price. Not fully, but with more capacity. The group formation is therefore one of the solutions that we have to empower farmers, because the grouping can also increase the option for storage, for transfer of technology, for value addition. A group is more efficient and more effective in conveying to the farmers, to the small farmers, what they need for value addition, storage, technology, and in general, addition of value. So as the video said, better working in group that alone is definitely a must that our business plan might reflect accordingly. So now, summarizing your view following the smile curve, what is which position do you see of the agripreneurs in that curve? Many already expressed their view differently, but consistently with this question. Try to give a synthetic answer on this. Millie.
Yeah, actually, before I post the question, I think when I saw the illustration or the diagram you showed, I sort of connected it with the Apple iPhone products. I'm not I'm not a farmer, so I can only think of other examples. But as we know, I mean, everyone is familiar with the iPhone smartphone, right? And there are news that making the iPhone itself, it's very cheap. So it's being sold for $1,500, but the actual materials, the actual manufacturing cost less than 1/3 or less than 30% of the product. The rest goes to the customer service. We know that the iPhone, it's very luxurious, so there is a certain branding. It's a status symbol, so you're also paying for that status, you're also paying for that brand, you're also paying for their research and development because they're continuously developing new software, they're continuously developing new apps and so on. And you're also paying for the marketing, how their commercials, how they make their packaging. It's an experience, how they make their logos and so on. So the product itself, if you make it, it's cheap, but that's the additional activities that they have to do in order to come up with a smartphone that exudes or reflects this higher status of gadget or higher end of gadget. That's what affects the price. And the thing is that even though iPhone is more expensive than other brands, there are still people who buy it because the branding, the marketing is very expensive. The branding and marketing is very effective. Of course, I know it's going to be different when it comes to agriculture products because if we make it very expensive, then only a few people can afford it. But I think the value addition, an example of value addition is if you convert it into another type of product. So if for example, you have a lot of pili nuts, and then what if you make a jam out of it? I think I also saw like a makeup or a cosmetic brand that they said uses pili oil, and they're charging a lot for that cosmetic product and so on. So I guess for agriculture, the way I'm thinking is that the value addition could be aside from the branding and the marketing, but also sort of what is the next step for our product and so on. So that's how I see it. So maybe the other participants, maybe one or two, because we're running out of time. Maybe you could just tell us what your products are. You know, if you're focusing, I mean, how are you in terms of production, but also how are you in terms of branding and strategizing and marketing your products? How are you doing any value adding activities as an entrepreneur, as an agri entrepreneur? So I think that's how I see the discussion going.
Thank you, Lily. Yeah, definitely. The difference is between commodity and specialty. The more we are able to make our product a specialty, the more added value we can get. The less is for commodity. And the question that Millie put is the right one to elaborate on it.
If you haven't done any value adding activities, it's fine. That's the point of our training or webinar to hopefully if inspire you maybe to sort of elevate your enterprise or elevate your product. Anyone? This is the last round table. I think we have just one slide, right?
Should be the last one. Yes, we are at the end. The slide 34 should be the last one. So we are.
Yeah, so Krishna of Sewa India shared that giving a demo to one farmer and other farmer can see their result, and then he or she can think that this is what we can use in our farming is also one type of marketing.
Yes, that is. Yeah, that's a good point.
How about our colleagues from there's a new message. Yeah, so Gemaline says that they they grow their mushrooms through organic farming. So that's one way. Actually, Gemaline, I also had the opportunity to eat mushroom charon. So mushroom snacks. So maybe you could also make chips out of mushroom.
Interesting. Yes, interesting.
Who was talking? Sorry. Please feel free to unmute yourself. Anyone? Maybe our colleagues from Vietnam.
Yes. How is the status of the value chains there, and how is the value addition process?
Yeah, Jumer is raising his hand. Yes, Jumer, take the floor. And unmute yourself. Jumer first and then Muhammad.
From Kyrgyzstan, good.
So it's okay. So in our value proposition in our enterprise is that we will produce naturally grown hot pepper and chili nuts. It is a short-term and long-term plan. Within 4 to 6 months, we can produce native hot peppers or siling labuyo So it also help the biodiversity because native hot peppers is good for the biodiversity, especially for the small type of birds. Then when we clear the area after planting the hot peppers, we can plant also pili nuts. It can be grafted type or it can be a seedling. So after 5 to 10 years, we can come up with new products like pili nuts, pili chips, etc. But in the short-term plan, we can sell pili nuts, fresh pili nuts within the community, so we can process pili nut products, and also we can process also the hot peppers within short term. So it is our heritage. It is a cultural crops in our province, the hot pepper and the pili nut. So hope that it will be approved of our co-op. It is a Sili Pili sustainable Sili Pili and taro enterprise. I will include also the taro because taro is a resilient crops that we can produce in the upland areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think Muhammad also would like to share.
Yes,
Muhammad, please
very
unmute
interesting
yourself.
from there.
Okay. So he doesn't.
Okay. Nothing to say.
Okay. Thank you for that. So thank you very much, Joomer, for sharing your plans. Ashmita.
Say according to organic standards, absolutely. That is raising the level of add value of the primary production. Yes, because it is a way of differentiation. Absolutely.
I think that's it so far, Dario. We could move on to the.
We can move.
Because
we can move where we are now at the end.
The homework.
Yeah. And now we have the homework. So try working for the next week on the profile of the agripreneur, particularly looking at value addition, locality, the services that you can have to support your value addition efforts, to support the making locality evident. Do you look at this issue in a broader sense, with a broader view, and try to profile yourself. Next time, we will start with a short presentation of your homeworks, and I also need 2 volunteers next time to summarize the day of today. Unfortunately, we cannot do that physically, and therefore I suggest to make it easier to work independently. Each of the 2 presenters will present its own view, its own summary of the day of today. Summary means an opinion, means comments, means whatever they want, and you can present it in all styles, formal styles or informal style. Everything is accepted, provided that you can, in 5 minutes, maximum 5 minutes, summarize the day of today, particularly telling us what has captured your attention, what have you learned, if anything that you have learned, what has been newer for you than other subjects that we touched today. So we need to volunteers, otherwise you know we have the wheel, and with the wheel we will stop you. So please, 2 volunteers to make the summaries for the next
yeah. The summary is not now, so it's on the
No.
next session, so you have time to prepare.
Yeah,
so we're calling for
summarizing
volunteers.
the main points, what capture your attention of today. I said 5 minutes, but 5 minutes is a lot. Therefore, stay in 2-3 minutes to give us your view, your okay, let's go with the wheel, therefore, if there are no yeah, we have the wheel, I'm sorry. That was a very good idea, we need the wheel, I love it.
Someone skipped.
Let's see. Oh, India, well, we have a big country, with long, strong agriculture.
Okay, so India is
India, fine. Who from India? We have.
And they can just choose one.
India and Cambodia, or one only?
Yeah, maybe we could skip Cambodia because she didn't have a translator.
Oh yes, right.
Yeah, so
no.
We're giving them a pass.
Let's see.
Maybe not Myanmar too, because they don't have a translator.
We missed the translator. We have a good aim. We are spotting those without translator. Let's look for another one. And now we will have
Lao.
Lao. Oh, Lao is a very good choice. I like it. Lao. Perfect. Lao. Perfect. And now, who specifically from Lao or India? Do we have a group there, or are they independent from each other?
Maybe they can work on it, but only one can present. One will present, just to make it easier for everyone.
Can you do that, Milene? Can coordinate that?
I can facilitate this.
Perfect. So good, excellent, Krishna. Milene will confirm everything shortly. Now it is late there, therefore it will be on Monday, but you will have time. Really, please, to the point, 2 minutes, 3 minutes of what has attracted or what have captured your attention of today, your comments as well. So be forward looking in that, and give us your suggestions, your comments on the training of today. We are a bit out of the initial foreseen time, but we had a long presentation at the beginning, so it was quite effective. Thank you very much to everyone. Milene, thank you very much. Esther as well, thank you, and thanks to all. So I'm starting knowing you now. I need 1 day at least, but next day I will know you more, and then we can interact better than today. But today was already a very good starting. Thank you very much to everything.
Okay, so thank you very much to Dario for the really nice presentation and for facilitating the roundtable discussion. I hope that everyone learned something. It has been a very long day, but I hope it was productive for everyone. This is just the first day. We still have a lot of days to cover. So we will see you again next week, Friday, 2 p.m. Manila time for the second segment of our webinar. Again, India and Lao will present a summary on Friday of what they have learned in today's session, and we look forward to hearing from them. We will be sharing a copy of the recording of this session later to your farmers organization focal point, so you can use the recording as a reference. And I guess that's it. So thank you very much, everyone. Let's give ourselves a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I guess we'll just do the photo op next week because some of us have already logged off.
Yes. Yeah.
Bye-bye. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to our interpreters.
Thank you very much. Yes. Big work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If the interpreters have something on my English, please just communicate in my speech as well. The volume, everything, voice, tone, please tell me and to improve.
All right. Oh, I forgot to plug. We have a Facebook page. The AFA Young Farmers has a Facebook page. So please, wait, let me just copy paste it in the chat box. And then you could join. It's a Facebook group. So for those who want to join, please do. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.